Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second annual conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. Last year, we streamed right from my kitchen, but this year we stream from a professional studio in the middle of Copenhagen in Denmark. A lot has happened since last year, and we are so immensely proud to welcome close to 1,000 participants from 89 countries. First, we will share a brief update from Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. Welcome.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second annual conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. I am so excited to see so many participate in this conference today. We have an exciting program with a lot of amazing speakers from all over the world.
A very warm welcome to the more than 700 registered participants from almost 90 countries all around the world. Ketotic hypoglycemia being a rare disease, it is absolutely fantastic to see the overwhelming interest for this conference. It testifies to a big need for more information, for more research and more dialogue, and that is exactly what this conference is all about. It brings together patients, families, healthcare providers and industry, so we together can learn, collaborate and provide a better future for individuals with ketotic hypoglycemia. This conference has been made possible by Daniel Drachman, the CEO of Ketotic Hypoglycemia International, the many volunteers supporting Ketotic Hypoglycemia International, and the Scientific Advisory Board that all contribute and make a significant amount of their free time available to bring us all together, not only for this fantastic program that we are gathered for here today, but also in the daily operations of Ketotic Hypoglycemia International, contributing and helping individuals with ketotic hypoglycemia, facilitating and directly contributing to all the fantastic research that's being produced that already have resulted in several important papers that's paving the way for better treatments of individuals with ketotic hypoglycemia.
Since last year's conference, we have made tremendous progress. We have been able to publish 2 scientific papers with our leading experts in our Scientific Advisory Board. One of these papers, Ketotic Hypoglycemia in Patients with Down Syndrome, has been one of the top downloads of the journal. The other publication, which has united experts from inborn error of metabolism and pediatric endocrinology, has now been the golden ticket for a lot of our families to now seek out medical experts in the field of complex hypoglycemia, despite the fact that their children might not have a genetic explanation for their hypoglycemia.
Not only is Ketotic Hypoglycemia International paving the way for better disease understanding, better diagnosis, health for patients and families, education of healthcare providers, but is also inventing and exploring new ways for all stakeholders to work together through citizen science, where families and patients take a leading role in directing the research that will support treatment of their own disease. Ketotic Hypoglycemia International is simply leading a new way for how patients' organization is working with their scientific peers involved in treatment of the disease.
Besides scientific publications, we have been able to grow our community, where we today have more than 1,500 families from all over the world united in our online support group on Facebook. Ketotic Hypoglycemia International has also been very fortunate to be all over the media. Thanks to so many amazing, fierce parent-patient advocates in KHI, we have been able to hit the news all over the world, where parents from our organization is sharing their story living with idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. All of our success is thanks to all of the volunteers dedicating their time and resources, both from our families, from the industry and from the medical community.
This is being recognized by the many external talks Daniel Drachman, on behalf of Ketotic Hypoglycemia International, gives not only to patients, families and healthcare providers, but also industry about what we are doing and how we are doing it. As an example of this, in a recent citizen science conference in Denmark, Danielle Drachman won the Best Citizens Health Science Poster Award, which we are really, really proud of, because it shows that we are paving new way for how stakeholders in patients' organizations work together.
One of the things we have learned since KHI was established is the fact that we have the powers in the numbers. Ketotic Hypoglycemia International is a patient organization for all of those suffering from unexplained ketotic hypoglycemia. For us to challenge the unexplained, we need to unite so we have a database to investigate why we suffer from idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. Uniting families from all over the world is our greatest power. So we are so happy to see so many of you united at this conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. Moving towards 2023, we have a lot of important steps to take. First of all, we need to engage more industry partners to open their eyes to the field of idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. Our patient group might still be a big medical mystery, but we have highly unmet needs and we need more and better products to help us navigate the field of ketotic hypoglycemia.
I would also like to thank all our industry sponsors, without whom this conference would not have been possible. They have generously supported Ketotic Hypoglycemia International, not only for this conference, but also facilitating and supporting some of this important scientific work that's being conducted through Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. Our sponsors will continue to be very important for supporting conferences like the one we are all enjoying today, but also in supporting the daily operation of Ketotic Hypoglycemia International and all the volunteers, including our scientific advisory board, that spend a significant amount of their time making it possible for us to operate Ketotic Hypoglycemia International.
So a big shout out to all of our sponsors. This is happening thanks to you, and you are helping us with the mission about enhancing the understanding of idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. Thank you so much. If you are sitting out there wondering if your company might be relevant to our patient group, please reach out. We have the leading experts in complex hypoglycemia and we are ready to collaborate.
For us to do even more for the patients we serve, we would like to initiate fundraising over the next year. And here we need active involvement for all of you. So if you have ideas for fundraising or money you would like to donate supporting the important work Ketotic Hypoglycemia International is doing, please get in contact with Ketotic Hypoglycemia International and we would be more than happy to engage and get you involved.
If you want to support the organization, it is now possible for you to donate to KHI, either as a family member, a patient, or maybe an industry partner. During this conference, there will be links for you where you will be able to donate to us. All contributions are most welcome. Thank you.
Looking at the scientific program for this conference and all of the participants from all over the world, I'm positive that you will get a fantastic experience and learn a lot of new interesting things about ketotic hypoglycemia. I also hope that the many healthcare providers and scientists that participate will get inspired to initiate new collaborations and new research, not only with their peers, but also with the patients and families, because this is what ketotic hypoglycemia is all about. Working together across boundaries so we together can find new ways of treating ketotic hypoglycemia and helping the affected families. And with these words, I only have one thing left, and that is to wish you all a fantastic conference.
Since last year, KHI has been involved in the lineup of a PhD, which is going to investigate knowledge gap in IKH. This year's conference will be collecting funds for the first PhD investigating knowledge gaps in idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. To donate to KHI and help us sponsor this research into IKH, please use the QR code on the screen for multiple options. Now we're going to hear a little bit more about the PhD, which families in KHI has been helped framing. We are going to hear from Dr. Anne Benner from Denmark, who is working alongside all of the scientific advisory board members in KHI.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a doctor from Denmark. At this moment I am preparing for my PhD while I am working in the clinic. I'm working at the Department of Children and Adolescent Psychiatry on my way to become a pediatrician. The last 4 years I have been doing research with Professor Henrik Christensen concerning ketotic hypoglycemia. At last year's conference, I was talking about our article concerning GSD9A and ketotic hypoglycemia, and we established a new phenotype of GSD9A, and we called it KH-only GSD9A. And today I would like to share a little bit about my PhD. In collaboration with the patient organization and some of the great doctors attending this conference, we want to illuminate some new aspects about ketotic hypoglycemia. We have chosen some research questions which could be relevant both for the families and children's, but also a great source of information in the clinic. The purpose of this PhD is threefold, and we aim to estimate the incidence and prevalence of both pathological and physiological KH. We also want to define and divide KH into different subtypes, and we want to develop an international consensus protocol to diagnose and home monitor the pathological KH, and to apply this protocol to new patients to see the performance of the protocol. To estimate the incidence and prevalence of ketotic hypoglycemia, we have the opportunity in Scandinavian countries to access a unique national citizen registry, which allowed us for the identification of all births, but also on all hospitalized patients, and we can calculate the incidence and prevalence using this unique opportunity. We are going to make an international multi-center study, and we will, as a pilot study, collect retrospective data on the investigation programs about genotypes and phenotype of the children with KH. And the KH subtypes will be defined according to the data and according to the definition of the physiological and pathological KH. Furthermore, to establish the severity and frequency of KH into the different subgroups, a home monitor protocol with glycometer, ketone meter, and a CGM is applied for at least a 3 to 4 weeks period. In order to develop an international consensus protocol to diagnose and home monitor pathological KH, we are doing an extension of the subtype study, and we want to use the retrospective captured data to learn about what biochemical samples, tests, genetic tests, etc. that are done in the children, and which one that were the most relevant, and maybe what is missing in the more classic investigation program. Using this knowledge, the next phase is to develop a prospective diagnostic protocol to diagnose pathological KH and apply this protocol in new patients with the KH to see if we can establish a more regular investigation program, maybe even in the world. So we want my PhD to be an international study because we want to learn from each other, but also because we want to have data enough and make the results significant. And to do that, we need to help each other because it's a rare disease. And we also want to use all the knowledge I see joined here in this organization. My PhD is a 3-year study, and we are researching ketotic hypoglycemia. We have the funding for 1 year, but we need further funding for the last 2 years. This is a joint PhD with the doctors and the families in the patient organization, and we want to involve you. For ideas or funding opportunities, please contact the patient organization. Thank you.
Welcome back to the conference. You have just listened to Dr. Anna Benner presenting her PhD, a PhD project that has been co-produced with the families in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. To support her PhD, which is vital for us to push for further research into idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia, we really need you to help us collect the funds for her PhD. Click the QR code to help us raise these funds and realize the research we want to do in KHI. Next step, I will pass the word to one of our scientific advisory board members. We are going to hear the presentation, What is Hypoglycemia, by Dr. Paul Thornton.
Well, thank you, Danielle. It's a pleasure to be here talking to you all today. My name is Paul Thornton. I'm the medical director of the Congenital Hyperinsulinism Center in Cook Children's Medical Center in Fort Worth, Texas. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about hypoglycemia. So let's start off by defining hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia is a word derived from the Greek language that means low blood sugar. And sugar, which is also called glucose, is a very important source of energy for the body. It travels through the body in the bloodstream and moves to where it's needed, such as the liver, muscles, and most importantly, the brain. Now, when glucose goes to the liver, it's stored there as glycogen and can be released later on when the body needs more glucose. But when it goes to the brain, it generally goes straight into metabolism and forming energy. And it's important because normally more than 95% of the brain's energy comes from glucose. So we also should remember that hypoglycemia is not a disease. It is a sign or a marker of a disease. And so really we shouldn't say that our child has hypoglycemia. We should talk about the disease that's causing the hypoglycemia. Now it's important to know how to measure glucose. Typically, glucose is measured in the laboratory by taking a blood sample, usually from the arm, and putting it into a large chemistry analyzer. The result is then made in about 15 minutes, and it's reported either in millimoles per liter in most places in Europe or in milligrams per deciliter in the United States. And if you want to convert from millimoles to milligrams, you just multiply by 18. Now, glucose can also be measured using a drop of blood from the finger using a glucometer, and it can be measured continuously by attaching a continuous blood glucose monitor to the body. And this has a small plastic tube that sits underneath the skin and measures the glucose in the interstitial fluid. It's important to realize that all glucose tests are not equal, with the lab test being the gold standard. And only the lab test should be used to diagnose hypoglycemia. So, for example, the Pediatric Endocrine Society guideline says that in order to diagnose someone as having hypoglycemia, the sample must be measured in the lab, and this is because it is the only truly accurate way to make a diagnosis. Now, why is glucose important? Well, the body is made up of lots of cells, and every cell needs fuel to work. Now, most cells can use different types of fuel from the food that we eat, but the brain can only use 3 types of fuel because the other types of fuel are unable to get into the brain. And they're blocked from getting into the brain by the blood-brain barrier. So the brain is able to use glucose, ketones, and lactate. However, it's important to remember that in the normal state, there's only glucose in the blood, and there's usually very little ketones and very little lactate. Now, this system is very highly regulated. And in this slide, you can see in the green area, the good or target area for the blood sugar to be. And you can see the numbers are in both milligrams per deciliter, the big number, and millimoles per liter, the smaller number. So for example, a blood sugar of 70 milligrams per deciliter equals 3.8 millimoles per liter. Now, when the blood sugar is in the green or the target range, insulin is the main hormone. And as the blood sugar starts to fall, insulin levels are suppressed. And then as the blood sugar starts to go down below 70, the body kicks in a series of responses called the neurogenic responses, where it secretes hormones like glucagon, epinephrine, cortisol, and growth hormone. And these hormones function to prevent the glucose levels from falling, and specifically to try and keep them up above 70. But if the blood sugars fall down below 50, then the brain starts to respond, and this is called the neuroglycopenic responses. And as I mentioned earlier, glucose is the primary source of energy for the brain, so the only real thing the brain can do is increase the blood flow to the brain to try and get more glucose there, and then start using less glucose by switching off some of the functions. Now, how does the patient feel when the body is doing all these things? Well, typically, we start to feel symptoms when our blood sugar goes down below 60, but everyone's a little different. And the first symptoms we feel are the neurogenic symptoms, which are shakiness, pallor, and sweatiness. And then neuroglycopenic symptoms, which are lethargy, seizures, and coma, occur when the blood sugar starts to get down below 50, but really when you get down into the danger zone of around 30 milligrams per deciliter. And many of you who've had a fasting study will know that your doctor brought the blood sugar down to 50 milligrams per deciliter or 2.7 millimoles, because at that point in time, if you take a sample of the blood and measure all the hormones and all the intermediary metabolites, you can make a diagnosis of the cause of the hypoglycemia. So why do people get hypoglycemia? Well, there's three main reasons. The first reason is starvation. Anyone will have a low blood sugar if we starve them for long enough. So for a normal newborn baby, they can go 12 to 15 hours, a 1-year-old 15 to 18 hours, a 5-year-old 24 hours, a 10-year-old can go 48 hours, and someone like me, a normal adult, could probably go 72 hours without eating before my blood sugar would go low. Now, another reason why people's blood sugars will go low is because of the effect of drugs. Specifically, if they take diabetes drugs, which are designed to lower the blood sugar, but these drugs in people with diabetes, if given too much, or insulin, if given too much, can cause the blood sugar to go low. And then, of course, the main reason why we're all here today is disease. How do diseases cause a low blood sugar? Well, the main sort of causes of low blood sugars can be classified into different areas. The first area is hormonal abnormalities. So if a patient makes too much insulin, it causes their blood sugar to go low. Or if they don't have enough cortisol or growth hormone or ACTH, they can go low. Another big category is the glycogen storage diseases. And there are many types of glycogen storage disease, and the 5 I've outlined here, type 0, 1, 3, 6, and 9, are the ones that most commonly cause low blood sugars. Then there's disorders of gluconeogenesis, and this is the pathway in which amino acids from protein and different types of sugars can be converted into glucose. And then we have the fatty acid oxidation disorders, which can be broken down into problems with the carnitine cycle or oxidation of the fatty acids or ketone utilization. And then lastly, we have a category called idiopathic, which basically means that we don't know the cause of the low blood sugar. So if your child has a low blood sugar disorder or you have a low blood sugar disorder, what are the main things that you need to know? Well, the first thing that you always need to know is, why do you or your child have hypoglycemia, and what is the disease called that's causing my hypoglycemia? Because if you ever go to the emergency room, or you're in a crisis and the ambulance comes to your house, you don't want to tell them I just have hypoglycemia. You want to say I have hypoglycemia due to, because the treatments may be very different. So that's important. Everyone needs to know how to monitor their blood sugar, and for different conditions, and even for different children with the same condition, the frequency of testing the blood sugar will be a little different. Then you need to know, how do I treat my disease when I'm well? And most importantly is, how do I treat my disease when I'm sick? And so each one of you, whenever you go to see your specialist, your endocrinology doctor or your metabolism doctor, you need to know the answers to all these questions so that you have a plan in place to help look after your child when they're both well and when they're sick. And with that, I'll finish up and say thank you very much for having me to come talk, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Welcome back. We have just listened to Dr. Paul Thornton talk about what is hypoglycemia, and I'm proud to now present the first live Q&A with our experts. Please welcome Dr. Paul Thornton, Dr. Pratik Shah, and Dr. Henrik Christensen. Welcome to the first live Q&A.
Thank you, Danielle.
We have had so many questions from the audience. Actually, prior this conference, we have received 250 questions. So we have had to pick out some of the questions, and I will here present the first. So, what is the difference between ketotic hypoglycemia and reactive hypoglycemia? And I will pass the word to Paul, as you were the one presenting.
Thank you. Well, there really is a big difference, because with the first thing is that children with reactive hypoglycemia do not make ketones. So reactive hypoglycemia occurs shortly after a feed, where typically the blood sugar goes a little high after eating and then drops down into the 50s and 60s and usually bounces back up again. But that can cause symptoms and discomfort to the patient. And when we do a blood test, we find that there are usually no ketones in the blood during an episode of reactive hypoglycemia. Whereas ketotic hypoglycemia generally occurs after more prolonged fasting, and as the blood sugar falls, the ketones start to rise, and so you tend to see a ketotic pattern longer after eating and a reactive pattern shortly after eating.
Thank you so much. And I have a follow-up question on that. We have a question from a mom who asks if it is possible to have both ketotic hypoglycemia and reactive hypoglycemia, as her child has issues both with fasting hypo, but also she's seeing hypos after feedings, and these are non-ketotic. So is this possible, and is it interlinked, or is it two different diseases? Like, her child is diagnosed with idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia.
So yes, it is possible to have both. There are certain circumstances where we tend to see more reactive hypoglycemia, and that is in children who are tube fed. So if you have a gastric button or a G button, there is an increased chance of having reactive hypoglycemia. If you have a G button and a Nissen fundoplication, those chances go up to about 25%. So there are certainly things that we do in medicine to try and help patients with ketotic hypoglycemia that can actually induce a reactive type of hypoglycemia. So it certainly is possible to have two. Sometimes it might be from the treatment of one, and there are different approaches that we take to solve the problem of reactive hypoglycemia and the problem of ketotic hypoglycemia.
Thank you so much, Paul. And now I have a question for Henrik. Does my child have issues with hypoglycemia if he has never been below 50? He tends to be around 52 and 65, but he is severely ketotic.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the ketosis itself can cause significant discomfort with drowsiness, nausea, and vomiting. And some people, children experience symptoms when the glucose goes below 50, or is just above 50. But in this case, I'd rather think that the ketotic symptoms are most dominant. So if you have ketotic hypoglycemia, well, I guess it's documented that you both have low blood glucose and ketone bodies, but many of the episodes can be ketosis only with high ketones, but not really low blood sugar.
Thank you so much for that answer. And that interlinks with a request we have from a mom who asked if her child has ketotic hypoglycemia after an incident where the child was admitted with ketones above 6, but the blood sugar was 72. Or is it simply just ketosis then? Because how are we classifying those children who actually do not
That's
have hypoglycemia?
Yeah, that's a very important question. The thing is that when you have developed ketones, it takes hours to get rid of them. But you can easily, quickly change the glucose if you get some juice or some sugar of any kind. So in the case of having a very high ketones of 6 and normalized blood sugar, I guess the situation is that the sugar has been low, the blood sugar has been low in the hours before, maybe during the night, and then the ketones have developed, and at the current situation, the glucose has normalized, maybe after food or sugar ingestion, but the ketones takes hours to normalize. So that's often the situation.
Thank you so much for that clarification. That is something that is really a hot topic in KHI because it seems like doctors are only concerned with the hypoglycemia part of KH. So I have another question from a mom. She asked, is it common for kids with IKH to have significant highs in their blood glucose too? Do we see spikes that are in non-IKH people, or is this simply just a pattern in IKH that we also have high blood sugar? And I will direct this to Pratik.
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, it depends on the circumstances or situation what we are describing. I guess it depends on what number are we saying and when are we saying the highs. Because if it is immediately post meal, then that is something that we do physiological, we do see on CGM, and that is quite normal. However, if there is, when we kind of look at highs, which is after 2 hours of meal, where we say that they may have some kind of impaired glucose tolerance, then I think this is one of the things that we have been discussing in the organization and with other healthcare professionals, that how children with idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia, and some of them do have kind of impaired glucose tolerance or developing diabetes later in life. However, if we are just talking about them having highs at a time of illnesses, and which we do sometimes see, that if they're unwell, sometimes they can have hypoglycemia, but they can also have hyperglycemia. So it depends on the circumstances what we kind of see.
Thank you so much, Pratik. And Paul, you want to say something?
Yes, I was going to add to that it's not so much, the most important thing is not how high the blood sugar goes. For example, if the blood sugar quickly goes up to 150 or 180, that would be 7 to 10 millimoles in Europe, but comes down again, we're not very concerned about that. We get concerned when the blood sugar is over 200 for maybe 6, 10, 12 hours and just isn't coming back down again. So a quick swing in the blood sugar up and down is not very concerning. Persistent high blood sugar over time usually means that your child is getting sick with something, and that's where you need to reach out and contact your physician, your doctor, if the blood sugars are staying over, for example, 10 to 12 millimoles or 200 milligrams per deciliter here in the US for prolonged periods of time.
Yes, thank you so much. And Henrik?
I'd just like to add that it's important to consider that IKH is not one disease. It's a mix of unknown diseases. So some will have a tendency only to have low sugars, others will have both high and low, but still not a firm diagnosis.
Thank you so much for that clarification, Henrik. And I think that goes for all of the families, but also for the doctors too, that these patients are unique and they're individual and their clinical pictures might not be the same. I have questions from the YouTube chat. It seems like we have very active listeners out there. And one of them is here. I haven't been told to test ketones, but I wonder if I should. I test with glucose meter when she's symptomatic or I have concerns. Do I need to get ketone testing through doctor or can I get it elsewhere? And just jump in whenever you have an answer, please.
I think a lot of it depends on which country you live in, as to whether you can get ketone meters or not. But the first thing is that I would talk with your doctor and learn from your doctor, how long does it take my child, the patient themselves, to develop ketones in a hospital setting so that they can learn about how frequently they need to check the ketones. And the importance of checking the ketones is that they can be going high before the glucose drops significantly low. And once those ketones start going above 1 millimolar, then you can take action and ingest some carbohydrate and get them low again before they start to cause a problem. So there is an advantage to being able to measure ketones. However, it is expensive to measure ketones, and so you really want to have them provided by your healthcare insurance or your healthcare system.
I am so glad that you say that, Paul, because that leads me to another question. What should normal ketones be? We have been told not to worry unless they are above 3 millimoles and blood glucose is below 3. So should we be concerned if they are just under 3? Henrik?
So,
sorry, I just saw Henrik's hand. Henrik, will you jump in?
Okay. Many children will have symptoms when ketones get about 1 or 1.5. It's individual how many symptoms you get. Maybe the ketones is just a marker of something else that is also raised that cause discomfort. So it will be individual where the target is to keep the ketones below, in my experience. So I would understand that many needs to take action when the ketones is 1 or 1.5.
Do you have something to add, Paul?
Yes, I was going to say that the degree of elevation of the ketones is important in terms of the timing of when one last ate food. So, for example, if your child had gastroenteritis and hadn't eaten anything for 48 hours and the ketones are 3, then that's completely normal finding. On the other hand, if your child ate a really good bedtime snack and woke up healthy the next morning, but had elevated ketones over 1 to 2, then that's very abnormal. So one has to take into account the timing of the ketones associated with the food, and that therefore changes the number. So, for example, last year we heard a very nice study that looked at children who were fasting 12 hours overnight to have a surgical procedure done, and the vast majority of those children had ketone levels of less than 0.5 after 12 hours of fasting. So ketones of 1, 9 hours after eating is very different than ketones of 1, 24 to 36 hours after eating. So you have to take into account the circumstances of the elevation of the ketone. And I think what your questioner is saying, that some doctors say, yes, you're not going to get into trouble when your ketones until they're greater than 3. And we can argue about that cutoff point. As Henrik says, each individual patient is differently responsive. But what we're concerned about is children who develop ketones at a much earlier stage than they're supposed to, in which case, once you know your ketones are rising, the time has come to do an intervention. So certain doctors are worried about ketoacidosis, which is when will the high ketones cause so much acid in the blood that causes a problem. And that's a little different than when you have an established diagnosis of pathological ketotic hypoglycemia, where your goal is to try and keep the ketones below 1, pretty much all the time.
Thank you so much. And I know we need to move forward with the program, but I have some really good questions here, so please stay put. We have a mom, and she asked into brain damage and ketotic hypoglycemia. The mom writes, she also has developmental disability, and I wonder if her brain has been damaged by low blood sugar. A few doctors have said no. She can get into the 40 of glucose in as little as 12 hours. And I will now raise a question for you all. I know there has not been a lot of research into the neurodevelopmental issues in children with KH. Many families are being told that the ketones are protecting the brain. Now I'm asking you all, are we sure that the ketones are protecting the brain? Just jump in when you, Henrik.
There's no doubt that ketones is a fuel for the brain and is protecting. But the question is if it's enough, considering how low the blood sugar goes, because it's the overall fuel supply to the brain that is important. And it's a trend that in ketotic hypoglycemia, the brain is better conserved. There's less neural damage, but it's very little studied. So one cannot say that this is definitely not the case for your child. 40 is also pretty low for glucose.
Thanks. And Paul?
Yes, the other thing is that, as Dr. Christensen said earlier, is that pathological ketotic hypoglycemia is made up of many, many different conditions that we don't understand. And for example, there are conditions where you're not able to transport your ketones into the brain. So you could have both a low blood sugar and high ketones in the blood, but those ketones can't cross the blood-brain barrier. And so genetic testing is often done for that particular condition, but we see two patterns in my practice. One is where as the ketones rise, the blood sugar stabilizes down in the sort of low 50 range and rarely drops below 50. And then we see another pattern where the blood sugar just keeps dropping, the ketones keep going up, and the children are very symptomatic. And I wonder, in that case, are those children having problems with either getting the ketones into the brain or utilizing the ketones in the brain? So there is no doubt that there are going to be some children, I think we will find, who have ketotic hypoglycemia, and it is impacting their brains. But it's probably not going to be everyone, because the majority of people are able to use their ketones instead of sugar, but some are not. So I think that'll be part of the things that we're hoping that Anne Benner will be able to sort out over the next 3 years in her PhD. And this is why this PhD is so important, to try and get a better understanding of these different aspects and to, analyze all the patients. And this is why we need a patient registry, so we can start to look at that and then maybe group patients into those who have developmental delays, sadly, associated with their ketotic hypoglycemia, and those who don't, and maybe guide us into what sort of things may be causing their problems that are different than others. So this is why, as a family organization, getting a database together and looking at these different associations will be very important and very helpful to us as professionals.
And with these words, Paul, I would like to say thank you to you all for attending this first Q&A. We are now moving forward to the presentation by the legend, Dr. David Weinstein, presenting what is ketotic hypoglycemia. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Ketotic Hypoglycemia International, and particularly Danielle, for the opportunity to talk to you about what is ketotic hypoglycemia. Ironically, I began my career asking this exact question. When I was a fellow, which is a person in training to become a pediatric endocrinologist, I had the opportunity to see a 2-year-old who presented to the emergency department with a 2-day history of vomiting and diarrhea. The patient had been referred to the emergency department for IV fluids because the pediatrician had been concerned that the child was dehydrated. When the IV was placed, plasma glucose was checked, and it was found to be 2.1 millimoles per liter, or 38 milligrams per deciliter. Well, I was an overzealous fellow, and I wanted to figure out what was causing this child's hypoglycemia. So I did an extensive workup of testing for hormonal and metabolic causes of low sugars. Later that day, the senior pediatric endocrinologist at Boston Children's came to see the patient with me, and he scolded me. He said that the patient had ketotic hypoglycemia and that no evaluation was needed. He subsequently gave me an article that had just been published, and in that article it said that an extensive and overzealous workup for an endocrinopathy or inborn error of metabolism is not necessary in a 1 to 5-year-old who has hypoglycemia and ketones. Well, the workup had already been done, and the test had been sent, and then 2 days later, the workup came back showing that the child had MCAD, a medium-chain fatty acid defect. MCAD is a potentially fatal disease, and it bothered me that one of the leading pediatric endocrinologists in the United States had missed a potentially fatal disease and called it normal. Because of this, I became fixated on trying to understand hypoglycemia. I had many questions. Is hypoglycemia normal in the setting of fasting in children? Why is everybody dismissing hypoglycemia in children as normal? The second question was that since fat breakdown should occur in the setting of hypoglycemia, and fat breakdown should lead to formation of ketones, as you heard from Terry Dirks, how does one differentiate between ketotic hypoglycemia and other potentially pathologic etiologies? I became so fixated on this question that I started to do research on this. And this was a study that was done from 1998 to 2000. And it was looking at hypoglycemia found in the emergency department setting. To do this study, we had a computer program that was created called Real-Time Recruiting. The program was created by Atul Butte. And the program would search the laboratory system every 2 minutes, every day for 365 days a year, and it would pick up low sugars of under 50, 2.8 millimoles per liter. When the program found these low sugars, it would page me without any human intervention, and so I would know within minutes of the sample being run that a low sugar had been documented, and I could call the emergency department and seek permission from the families to do testing to figure out what was causing it. Well, this system allowed me to capture all the low sugars that occurred, and it allowed the testing to perform without any knowledge of what was involved in the child's history. But what you could see here is that hypoglycemia is extremely rare. Even in children who are presenting with vomiting and diarrhea and children who aren't eating because they're sick, low sugars were documented in less than 1 in 1,000 children. There were 52,189 emergency department visits during the course of this trial. Of those, only 40 children were found, incidentally, to have a low glucose under 50. We were able to get 32 of the 40 to consent to the study, and we did endocrine and metabolic workups on those children, and what we found was that 3 children had endocrine causes of hypoglycemia, and 6 of them had fatty acid defects. I'd like to point out that this was the era before fatty acid defects were screened for on newborn screening, and so we had a higher rate of fatty acid defects than would probably be seen today. Well, this study allowed us to identify the cause of hypoglycemia in about 1/3 of the patients, but that left about 2/3 of the patients still with ketotic hypoglycemia. I began to question, well, is this normal? But there were some clues that maybe it wasn't. The first clue was that if a child had ketotic hypoglycemia, that child had over a 50% chance of coming back to the emergency department within 6 months with another episode of hypoglycemia and ketones. As aforementioned, hypoglycemia was extremely rare, and it was the same children coming back over and over again. Another clue that maybe this was not normal was that there was a predominance of males in the population. If this was a normal condition for all children, why did ketotic hypoglycemia occur in boys more frequently than girls? I'd like to point out that this male predominance has been seen in every article that has been published over the last 50 years. And this was an article that Terry Dirks and I and our teams wrote in 2015, looking at ketotic hypoglycemia. And you can see the male predominance, which is approximately 2 males for every 1 female. Well, I hypothesize that maybe disorders of glycogen storage or utilization could be causes of ketotic hypoglycemia. And in particular, there were 3 types of glycogen storage disease, GSD type 0, GSD type 6, and GSD type 9, that only involve the glycogen pathway. These defects would result in low sugars, but because gluconeogenesis and fatty acid oxidation were intact, the children would develop large ketones. And we questioned, maybe this was part of ketotic hypoglycemia. Well, the results of this study were published in 2015 in the Journal of Inherited Metabolic Disease, and I will refer people to this if they have questions or want more information. As part of this study, we required children to have 2 or more episodes of ketotic hypoglycemia, which again was defined as under 2.8. They had to have normal endocrine evaluations and screening for growth hormone deficiency. They had to have normal negative screens for fatty acid oxidation, either on newborn screening or on testing performed by the doctors. We also wanted children to have normal liver sizes because we knew if there was a big liver, that would increase the chances of a child having glycogen storage disease. We also wanted to capture the classic ketotic hypoglycemia population. To avoid potential bias in our recruitment, we elected to collect samples from outside our institutions. All the samples had to be sent to us by doctors who had children with ketotic hypoglycemia. We did not use any of our own patients. That way we could not bias the results. As part of the study, full sequencing was performed of the genes for GSD 0, 6, and 9 that you see listed on this slide. I would like to point out this was the era before modern technology, and so we had to sequence each gene individually. The sequencing was performed in both the forward and reverse directions, and we performed duplicate testing to ensure that the findings were real. Once we had genetic differences, they were run through the known databases, which included SIFT, Polyphen2, Mutation Taster, and the NIH database, to predict if the mutations, if the DNA changes were pathologic. In order for a person to be called as being positive for the condition, all of the programs had to say that they were pathologic in nature. The study ran from 1998 to 2013, and during that period, we had 177 samples collected from children with ketotic hypoglycemia. Not surprisingly, there was a male predominance with 105 males and 72 females in the population. But when we reviewed the records of those patients, there were 13 patients who had not been diagnosed as having a big liver, but had histories that were possibly consistent with it, where on the reports, it said that there was a distended abdomen or an enlarged abdomen. So to keep this clean, we excluded those 13 patients who possibly could have had liver enlargement. I would like to point out that all 13 of those patients were confirmed to have glycogen storage disease, 5 with GSD type 6, 7 with GSD type 9, and 1 with GSD type 3. That left us with 164 patients who had classic ketotic hypoglycemia. When we did the sequencing, we found genetic changes in almost 29% of the subjects. 20 of the people had changes in the gene for GSD0. 8 of the patients had changes in the gene for GSD type 6, and 19 of the patients had changes in the genes for GSD type 9. I'd like to point out that there were also 2 patients who had changes in 2 of the genes, where they had 1 mutation in one gene and 1 mutation in another. Classically, those would be considered normal because you need 2 mutations in the same gene, but we now know that those children also had pathology. It's called synergistic heterozygosity, and Terry Dirks and I have published on that since this article. Well, when we ran it through the computer programs, all of the programs agreed that these were pathologic in 4 of the patients for GSD0, 2 of the patients for GSD6, and 14 patients with GSD type 9. What is interesting about that is that GSD type 9 is an X-linked disorder, which means that it's more common in males because males only need 1 copy of the abnormal gene. And if you look at this, of the patients that were confirmed by all the programs as having the disease, you can see that there was a male predominance for GSD9. And we think that this may help explain why ketotic hypoglycemia patients are more often males. So to summarize, the ketotic forms of glycogen storage disease appear to be an under-recognized cause of hypoglycemia and a subset of the patients with ketotic hypoglycemia. In my opinion, ketotic hypoglycemia is not normal, and it is likely due to unrecognized pathology like GSD, and you will hear today about other causes that have since been identified. And I think that these are just unrecognized causes. It's not a normal condition. Until we have answers, I would like to end with a final message. We need to treat the patient. Hypoglycemia is not normal. Ketones are not normal. And we need to treat the patient even when we cannot explain what the cause is, because treating the patients will prevent the episodes and the patients will benefit. Why is this treatment so important? Well, if we treat them, we're going to prevent hospitalizations and emergency department visits. What's already been shown is that when you take a child with ketotic hypoglycemia and you treat them with cornstarch and you treat them with protein, it improves growth. It improves stamina and allows children to participate in all activities. It improves bone density because the chronic ketosis can cause osteoporosis and weakening of the bones. And it also improves school performance. There was an article in the Washington Post about one of the patients with ketotic hypoglycemia that was diagnosed with GSD9. He was struggling in remedial classes and failing out of school before the diagnosis. But once he got put on treatment and we prevented the low sugars, he became valedictorian of his class. And finally, while most children with ketotic hypoglycemia do find there's a small risk of cirrhosis from the chronic irritation to the liver from the ketosis, and treating will prevent that. I'd like to end by thanking my team over the years. I was very fortunate to have the world's greatest team working with me and supporting me while I was in academic medicine. I lived truly a dream in the 30 years that I was practicing medicine, and I was able to see a disorder like glycogen storage disease go from one where children were dying or ending up with liver transplants to one where we did gene therapy and saw people come off treatment. My one regret is that I was never able to get the medical field to take ketotic hypoglycemia seriously. But I hope and I believe that Ketotic Hypoglycemia International will finally bring the attention to these children, and we're finally going to get answers into what's causing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and welcome back to the second annual conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. There is absolutely no doubt that Dr. David Weinstein has laid the foundation for the progress and the establishment of KHI with his tremendous dedication to ketotic hypoglycemia throughout the years. With these words, we are now moving forward with the first patient story of this conference. Now we are going to hear the story about Sylvie and the hypoglycemia dog, Simba.
Sylvie and Simba have a really special bond. Sylvie has had Simba since she was 6 years old, so he is 7 now. He's been with us for a long time. We originally considered getting a service dog because in the first few years after Sylvie was diagnosed, we really struggled with blood sugar control and hypoglycemia unawareness.
Our livers are like pantries, and they have locks to them, and you have the lock to yours, but I don't. So when I eat a bunch of sugar, the sugar goes in my pantry, but I can't get it out if I need it, and it can make me sick.
She was young, she was active, she really didn't know how to articulate or recognize when she was dropping or when she was really low. And this was many years ago, before continuous glucose monitor technology was readily available to GSD, and the programs that we had tried we hadn't been very successful with, and they came with lots of pokes and other downsides, which at a young age was difficult. So we looked into getting a service dog, knowing that it would be a large undertaking, that it would be something that we would have to fundraise for, and ended up doing a lot of research and finding an organization that we felt was reputable and connecting with their other clients, and deciding to go with a dog that was trained before he came home to us. So Simba came home to us at about a year old, and he had been in training for about 9 months at that point. Little did we know that with a service dog, you're always training. The training never ends. Every day is a training, every day is practice. That's just the nature of a service animal.
I was 6, and I got Simba so that he could let me know when my blood sugar's low, and
Wait, is Simba a pony?
No, Simba's a yellow lab.
Okay.
He smells my blood sugar through the air. There's like a chemical in like your breath or like your ears or something. I don't remember what it's called. Like he can smell it when my blood sugar's low, and then he alerts, and I check my blood sugar, and then he gets treats, and yeah, I treat accordingly. He's good at the job.
Simba's a good dog.
Yes, he is.
Simba's got his quirks.
Mm-hmm.
What's Simba like when he's not on the job?
Lazy. I mean, he's lazy, but he also likes to eat.
Oh.
They've been through a lot together. We really can't imagine life without Simba. There have been so many bonuses to having him, and the service that he provides, but also the bond that they have. His nose is spectacular. It often beats our meters, and he will be, sometimes as much as 10 minutes ahead of our meters and well ahead of our CGMs. So they've really, over the years, have gotten to know each other well, and he can pick up on her mannerisms and just has an amazing ability to smell, especially low blood sugar, which is her major problem.
What was it like before you got Simba compared to what it's like now with Simba? Do you remember?
I had to check my blood sugar a lot more, and I didn't really know when I was low until I felt low, or I felt like I was coming back up from a low. Sometimes if my blood sugar is low, then I get shaky and clammy and I can't focus.
Okay. And when you feel yourself going back up, what does it feel like?
Pretty much the same thing, except sometimes it can be a little worse when I'm going back up than down.
It's definitely allowed her to have better control. It's allowed her to be more active and maintain an active lifestyle regardless of, her disease. So that's been amazing. There have definitely been some things that we didn't anticipate or maybe fully appreciate. Having a service animal is a long commitment. Most labs, like Simba, live to be at least 12 years old, and the working life of a service dog is about 10 years. So it's a really long commitment, and it's an animal, it's a living thing, it's another thing to feed and care for and love. It's almost like having a perpetual toddler. No offense to toddlers or dogs. And it comes with additional expense outside of the cost of training or procuring a dog. They're an animal who gets sick and hurt and has specific needs, and so the financial piece continues well after the dog comes home. So I think that's something I would encourage people to think about. Also, it's like having another member of the family, which is wonderful, but it's a member of the family that gets a lot of attention. when you're out and about. Thankfully, we have not had any truly negative interactions in public. People are mostly curious and mostly kind-hearted, and while they might be inadvertently distracting or drawing attention to Simba and Sylvie, it's mostly been kind-hearted and curious.
And then what does it feel like when you're with Simba in public? What do you feel like?
I mean, I think it's pretty cool what he does.
But that's not always the case, and especially when dealing with access at school or access in hospitals or traveling, you definitely have to advocate for your service animal and for that service animal's handler. Thankfully, in the United States, at this point, service animals have become more of the norm, and laws around their rights and the rights of their handlers are more well understood, and that's certainly been helpful. But it's another piece to manage when it comes to a chronic disease. In our case, Simba is worth every ounce of energy and love and penny, not just because he does an amazing job, but because he has such a special bond with Sylvie. And to see him work is really just, it's mind-blowing. I don't think I could have understood how well a well-trained dog could help with things like blood sugar control until we saw it for ourselves. So it's been a learning process. Every day is new. There's always something we can work on with him. There's always something that Sylvie can work on as a handler, but their relationship is something really special, and we're really grateful to have him in our lives. He probably has about 3 years of work left before he retires, although I don't think he'll ever really retire because you can't really turn his nose off. But we're hoping as he gets towards the age of 10 and slows down and his body needs a break, he'll get some well-earned rest, because he has most definitely earned it at this point. A lot of people are curious what alerts might look like, and it's different depending on the dog and the handler and how the dog was trained. For us, Simba has an incredibly sensitive nose, and he's incredibly enthusiastic and dedicated to his job, so we haven't had any problems with motivation or him not wanting to alert. When he alerts, he gets treats, and Labradors especially like anything to do with food, so he's quite motivated to get his job done. A typical alert in our house would be that Simba gets a whiff of a blood sugar, and he will stick his nose in the air and scent and try and find that smell and see if what he's smelling is what he thinks it is, and then he will come to generally me or Sylvie or any other family member who's around, if it's not me or Sylvie, and give us his paw. And he'll paw at our leg, and then we try and reinforce what's called chin, where he then puts his snout in our palm to confirm that yes, he is alerting on a low. And then after that, he knows the drill. He sees Sylvie get her meter, and he hears the meter beep, and he sits and looks with absolute laser focus until he hears whether he's right or wrong. And he's very rarely wrong, so he knows what's coming, and he gets a treat in a puppy party, and Sylvie treats her blood sugar, and for the most part we avoid really low lows because he lets us know what's going on before we get to that point.
Welcome back to the second annual conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. The next two presentations I am so proud to present. After last year's conference, we were so fortunate to get emails from two amazing doctors. One of them is Dr. Joseph Wolfstorff from Boston Children's Hospital. He reached out and really wanted to support our mission to enhance the understanding of idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. So today, Dr. Wolfstorff is presenting on adaptation to fasting. But I just want to warn you, this is a long presentation, so grab a cup of coffee, sit back, and enjoy the show. Welcome to Dr. Joseph Wolfstorff.
Wolfstorff. I'm a pediatric endocrinologist and based at Boston Children's Hospital, and I have an academic appointment as professor of pediatrics at Harvard Medical School. My presentation today is on adaptation to fasting in children. And the reason that I have chosen to speak on this topic is because it is crucially important to understand these concepts if one is to understand the problem of ketotic hypoglycemia, which is the main topic of this conference. I should begin by stating that I have no relevant disclosures or conflicts of interest related to my presentation. The outline of my presentation today is shown in this slide. I will begin with highlighting the importance of the brain and its requirement for glucose. I'll then talk about body fuel stores, principles related to the maintenance of normal glucose concentrations in the blood, principles of fuel metabolism, and then specifically how the child adapts to fasting. And then I'm going to highlight the all-important age-related differences in this process of adaptation to fasting. And I will finish the presentation by a brief discussion of ketones, what they are, and how we measure them. Let's begin with the brain, shown here in a cartoon. And the important point to appreciate is that the brain has an extraordinarily high rate of glucose utilization. The brain cannot synthesize, nor can it store more than a small amount of glycogen. It's also an organ that has an obligate utilization of glucose. In other words, the brain has to receive some glucose continuously. When blood levels of ketones and lactate are sufficiently increased, the brain can use these alternative fuels, and I'll explain later when this occurs. The brain requires a continuous supply of glucose for its survival and for obviously healthy function. The transport of glucose from the blood to the brain is a direct function of the arterial plasma glucose concentration. That is the concentration of glucose in blood perfusing the brain. And physiologic mechanisms, and there are redundant mechanisms, ensure a continuous supply of glucose to the brain. Hypoglycemia occurs when the physiologic mechanisms fail. This figure shows the basal or post-absorptive glucose production rate. And these data were obtained many years ago. The references shown here, Dennis Beer and colleagues did these studies back in 1970s. And using a stable isotope of glucose, these investigators showed that the rate at which glucose is produced and therefore is utilized in a steady state is very much related to body weight and in particular the estimated size of the brain. On the x-axis shown below, we see body weight in kilograms up to 45 kilos. And these investigators even studied premature infants and newborns. So we have data that range essentially from 0 to 45 kilos, showing the rate of glucose production per hour. And what I want to highlight here is this very steep relationship between body weight and glucose turnover up to approximately 30 kilos. And then the curve flattens. 30 kilos is the average weight of a 10-year-old child. And so there's not much difference in the glucose turnover rate going from 30 kilos to 45 kilos or beyond. But the steep relationship is, in other words, the relatively high rate of glucose turnover occurs in young children. A few words about how to interpret plasma glucose values shown in this figure. In the fasting state, plasma glucose is typically in the range of 70 to 100 milligrams per deciliter. For those who use millimoles per liter, 3.9 to 5.6 millimoles per liter. And when we are treating a child with a hypoglycemia disorder, we aim to try to maintain glucose values in this range. When glucose values drop below 70 milligrams per deciliter, the body mounts a neuroendocrine response that includes sympathetic nervous system discharge and initially secretion of glucagon and epinephrine. As the glucose concentration drops further, secretion of cortisol and growth hormone. And typically one will observe hyperketonemia when the glucose drops to this range. When the plasma glucose drops even further to 50 or milligrams per deciliter or 2.8 millimoles per liter or lower, the brain is now not receiving, I should say, sufficient glucose to function normally. One observes neurogenic symptoms and neuroglycopenic symptoms. The neuroglycopenic symptoms indicate that the brain is not receiving sufficient glucose to function normally. And as the glucose drops even further, there is risk of convulsions or seizures, loss of consciousness, and if the glucose is extremely low for a very prolonged period of time, there is a risk that the child could die. Now, maintenance of normal plasma glucose concentration depends on three main issues. First, adequate endogenous substrates. These are liver and muscle glycogen stores, gluconeogenic substrates, that is, substrates that can be converted to glucose, typically in the liver. These are amino acids and glycerol, which is derived from the breakdown of body fat, and of course, adequate body fat stores. One needs functionally intact enzymes to be able to synthesize glycogen for storage, to be able to break down glycogen, to release glucose, the process referred to as glycogenolysis, the formation of new glucose, gluconeogenesis, lipolysis, meaning the breakdown of triglyceride to release free fatty acids and glycerol, ketogenesis, about which we will talk more later, and then, of course, the ability to utilize fatty acids and ketones to produce energy. All of these processes are regulated by the endocrine system. So one needs to have, obviously, a normal endocrine system that regulates mobilization of fuels, the interconversion of substrates, and ultimately the utilization of substrates to produce energy. Now let's consider how much fuel is stored in the body. And to illustrate this concept, let's use a 30-kilogram child, healthy 10-year-old child, whose resting energy expenditure is approximately 1,200 kilocalories per day. As you see, the major storage site of fuel is fat stored in adipose tissue, estimated to be about 4.5 kilograms. Muscle, estimated to be about 1.5 kilos, is an important site of storage of protein. But as I will explain momentarily, it is not typically used for energy production except in a short term, because breakdown of protein compromises the ability of the organism to survive. So the muscles of respiration, the intercostal muscles, the diaphragm would become weak, leading to inability to cough. And when that happens, secretions occur and the individual is prone to the development of pneumonia. Of course, muscle wasting of limbs impairs the ability to move, to walk. And so it's not hard to imagine how breakdown of protein would compromise survival. So the primary adaptation to fasting or fuel deprivation is to conserve protein. Now, glycogen, which is a storage form of glucose, is stored in muscle and in liver. The molecule is the same, but the important difference is that muscle glycogen is for local consumption only. The enzyme glucose 6-phosphatase is not present in muscle. Muscle glycogen is utilized within the muscle, but is not exported as glucose to the blood for use in other tissues. So the liver glycogen, shown here in a 30-kilo child, approximately 45 grams, is available only for export. And the storage of glycogen in the liver is rather limited. Circulating fuels consist of glucose in the extracellular fluid compartment, plasma triglycerides, and plasma-free fatty acids, all present in relatively low concentrations and could only really provide fuel for the body for a relatively short period of time. So if one considers that glucose turnover, as I've previously mentioned, in a 30-kilo child occurs at a rate of approximately 8.9 grams per hour, liver glycogen stores can only provide glucose at this rate for approximately 3.5 to 5 hours. So how does the body adapt to fasting? So when a child is ill, is not able to eat normally, or has vomiting and diarrhea, and has to depend on its own resources to maintain the glucose concentration, the first and most important adaptation is to decrease the rate of glucose utilization by tissues. But in order to be able to do this, one has to provide alternative fuels. And those fuels are the fatty acids, free fatty acids, and ketones. And glucose has to be produced from sources other than glycogen, because as I've already mentioned, the liver glycogen store is very limited and can only provide glucose, if it is the exclusive source of glucose, for a few hours. And that process of providing new glucose is referred to as gluconeogenesis. And the substrates for gluconeogenesis consist of specific amino acids, in particular alanine and glutamine. Glycerol, which is derived from the breakdown of fat, triglyceride in fatty tissue is released as glycerol and free fatty acids. And the other important substrates for gluconeogenesis are lactate and pyruvate. And this is a process of recycling, because tissues that do not have mitochondria and cannot completely oxidize glucose, that is, glucose undergoes anaerobic glycolysis, produce lactate and pyruvate, and these return to the liver where they are converted back to glucose, the process of gluconeogenesis. Now, I mentioned earlier that hormones regulate fuel metabolism, and this table shows that insulin is the primary hormone that stimulates glucose uptake in muscle and in adipose tissue, and is responsible for converting glucose to glycogen in the liver. But it potently inhibits gluconeogenesis, glycogenolysis, the breakdown of glycogen, lipolysis, and ketogenesis. And opposing the action of glucagon are four hormones: glucagon and epinephrine, shown here in yellow because they act rapidly, and cortisol and growth hormone, shown here in orange, which act more slowly. But generally, the four counter-regulatory hormones oppose the action of insulin by reducing glucose uptake, promoting gluconeogenesis and glycogenolysis, and promoting lipolysis and ketogenesis. The large arrows indicate strong effects. The smaller arrows show less potent or minor effects. Now, this figure shows the complete picture, the entire orchestra, as it were, of how the body adapts to starvation. And I just want to highlight a couple of points. I'm not going to go through the entire figure, but adipose tissue or fatty tissue, which stores triglyceride, releases free fatty acids and glycerol, as I've already mentioned. The glycerol is a potent substrate for gluconeogenesis, so it can be converted to glucose very readily in the liver. The free fatty acids are an important substrate for energy production in muscle. They can be used by the kidney, they can be used by the heart muscle. The liver itself derives energy from fatty acid oxidation. But most importantly, fatty acids oxidized partially, the process of beta oxidation in the liver, produces the ketones, acetoacetate and beta-hydroxybutyrate, which are important alternative fuels for the brain and, of course, for other tissues. The important point to appreciate is that free fatty acids themselves, although present in abundance in the circulation in the fasting state, cannot be taken up by the brain and oxidized directly. So the conversion of fatty acids to ketones is a sort of a workaround that allows the brain to receive large quantities of energy substrate. So let's talk a little bit more. What are ketones? Humans are able to withstand brief periods of food deprivation by utilizing the energy stored in adipose tissue or fat. But as already mentioned, fatty acids cannot be used directly by the brain. And ketogenesis is a metabolic process that provides energy substrates to tissues that need fuel during low carbohydrate states by liberating the energy stored within adipose tissue. And during fasting or starvation or other low insulin states that may occur, fat is broken down. The process is referred to as lipolysis. Within the adipocyte, the cell in fatty tissue that stores triglyceride, and this generates free fatty acids, FFA. The liver then converts free fatty acids into 4-carbon short-chain fatty acids that are referred to as ketone bodies. So there are actually 3 ketone bodies: acetoacetate, beta-hydroxybutyrate. These are produced in the liver, and acetone. And acetone is produced by decarboxylation of acetoacetate. So it's not produced by the liver. It's important to note that these ketones, acetoacetate, beta-hydroxybutyrate, are oxidized in the mitochondria of aerobic tissues, namely muscle, brain, kidney, the mammary gland, so the breast, and in the small intestine. But as I've already mentioned, they are produced by the liver, but not utilized by the liver. Acetone is not taken up by tissues, but is instead excreted in urine, and it's expired in the breath. So, to recap, free fatty acids are converted to acetoacetate in the liver, and that is then reduced to beta-hydroxybutyrate. Acetone is formed by spontaneous decarboxylation, meaning carbon dioxide is removed from the acetoacetate, and it's only detectable when the concentration of acetoacetate is abnormally high. Acetone is not further metabolized, but instead is excreted through the kidneys and the lungs, accounting for the characteristic smell of acetone on the breath. Now, with that background, I would now like to explain the transition from the fed to the fasting state. And in this cartoon and subsequent cartoons, I'm going to illustrate what happens as we go from the so-called interprandial, meaning the interval between meals. So imagine what happens from breakfast to lunch, or from lunch to dinner, or from dinner to bedtime. The source of glucose for the brain is primarily the carbohydrate or glucose absorbed from the last meal, which typically is fully absorbed into the circulation over a period of 3 to 5 hours, and the breakdown of preformed stored liver glycogen. So you see here this arrow showing glucose going to the brain, where it is completely oxidized to form carbon dioxide and water. In the interprandial state, free fatty acids are released from fatty tissue, but at very low levels, and can be oxidized to carbon dioxide and water in the liver, can be utilized by skeletal muscle, heart muscle, kidney, and other organs, but of course not the brain. And free fatty acid levels are relatively low, and ketone levels are extremely low in these under these conditions. As we move now to a longer period, for the post-absorptive period, which refers to the condition of the child or adult in the morning before breakfast. So after an overnight period of fasting, perhaps 10 or 12 hours, at this time, we see that glucose is still being released by the liver, going to the brain where it's oxidized to carbon dioxide and water. But we also see now that the glucose is not solely derived from glycogen, but in addition, there is new glucose formation, principally from amino acids, as I've already mentioned, from glycerol, and through the process of recycling of lactate and pyruvate. So gluconeogenesis augments glycogenolysis to maintain adequate amounts of glucose produced by the liver. We also see now that free fatty acid mobilization, lipolysis, has increased. The free concentration of free fatty acids in the circulation rises. Free fatty acids are now beginning to be converted to ketones in the liver, and that the ketones can be a source of fuel for muscle. Ketones, together with free fatty acids, are fueling muscle, and to a lesser extent, the levels of ketones have risen sufficiently that the brain may be able to use ketones as well, and therefore begin to reduce its dependence on glucose as a fuel. And now we go to a longer period, depending on the age and size of the child or adult, which I will come to a little later. The fasting state, which might be anywhere from 20 to 24 hours or longer, we see now that glycogen is no longer a source of glucose. The glycogen has been entirely depleted, and any glucose that comes from the liver is new glucose formed via the process of gluconeogenesis, again, principally amino acids, glycerol from triglyceride, and the recycling of lactate and pyruvate. Now we see that glucose is a reduced source of fuel for the brain because ketone concentrations have increased significantly and now provide a very important source of fuel for the brain. Free fatty acid concentrations have increased further and largely replace ketones and glucose as a fuel source for muscle in order to, if you like, direct the ketones more toward the brain. So, in this cartoon, I've summarized the steps that occur and the energy sources that occur during fasting. Note that on the x-axis, I have not placed time because time will vary depending on the size of the child, the age of the child, and I will come to that later. So, over a period of anywhere from 3 to 5 hours, depending on the content of the meal, glucose is an important source of brain fuel metabolism, but decreases over time. As the glucose from the meal is disposed of, glycogenolysis, breakdown of hepatic glycogen, increases as a source of fuel, and gradually gluconeogenesis, new glucose formation, ramps up, and free fatty acid mobilization and ketogenesis occurs simultaneously, and the two processes of ketone formation and gluconeogenesis are biochemically dependent on one another. Now, if one does a fasting study in a child and measures the concentrations of glucose and the metabolic fuels that I have already described, we see a pattern that is illustrated in this figure with time on the x-axis going from the time of the last meal based as 0, extended here to approximately 26 or 28 hours. And the plasma fuel concentrations shown in millimoles per liter are shown on the y-axis. So you'll remember that the normal fasting plasma glucose concentration is defined as approximately 70 milligrams per deciliter or 3.9 millimoles per liter, shown here in the interrupted red line. So after the meal, glucose concentration shown in these open squares is a little over 5 millimoles and gradually decreases. And in this child, we're still above that threshold of 3.9 millimoles at 20 hours. And thereafter, the concentration dropped significantly to approximately 2.5 millimoles. We would call that hypoglycemia. Lactate concentration starts at around 2 millimoles, gradually decreases as more lactate and pyruvate are extracted by the liver to convert and is converted to glucose in the Cori cycle. Let's look at the free fatty acids shown in the diamonds. In the interprandial state, a few hours after a meal, the concentration is relatively low here at about 0.5 millimoles, gradually rises and then rises more rapidly, so that when the fast is terminated at approximately 28 hours, the concentration is well over 2 millimoles. And the open triangles show the beta hydroxybutyrate concentration, extremely low at about 0.1 or 0.2 millimoles at 4 hours, still low at around 8 hours, and now beginning to rise as the glucose concentration begins to drop, but still relatively low. And then there's this exponential increase in the concentration of beta hydroxybutyrate, such that at 28 hours, when the plasma glucose has dropped to the hypoglycemia levels, the beta hydroxybutyrate concentration is approaching 4 millimoles per liter. So this is an example of a fasting study in a child who one might refer to as having ketotic hypoglycemia. So a question that's often asked and informs the design of fasting studies is, how long can the plasma glucose be maintained at the normal fasting level of at least 70 milligrams per deciliter or 3.9 millimoles per liter? So these are approximate numbers for children of different ages. So from a healthy term baby from 1 week of age up to about a year should be able to maintain glucose at these levels for approximately 15 to 18 hours. After the age of 1, for up to 24 hours. From 5 years of age onwards, up to approximately 36 hours. And certainly healthy adults can maintain plasma glucose concentrations in the normal range for 48 to 72 hours. The relevance of these numbers is that when hypoglycemia is induced by fasting for a shorter duration of time than would be expected for the child's age, one should suspect a hypoglycemia disorder. Now, one of the great difficulties we have in pediatric endocrinology and pediatric in practice in general is that obtaining normal ranges for various measurements of substrates, hormones, and so on, is that it is ethically impossible to obtain values from a random sample of normal, healthy children. In other words, I can't go out and select 100 children of various ages and ask them to come into the hospital to fast for 24 hours so that I can determine what is normal glucose, ketones, and so on and so forth. So the data that we rely on, we refer to as reference values. And these reference values have been derived from centers that have studied children who were referred with suspected disorder of hypoglycemia. And after performing a complete and comprehensive evaluation, the experts concluded that these children did not have an endocrine or metabolic disorder. So we refer to these data as reference values. The first I'm going to show you is from a center in Paris, published in 1990. And what this figure shows is duration of fasting on the x-axis, 15 hours, 20 hours, 24 hours. And on the y-axis, in 3 different age groups, the total ketone body concentration in millimoles per liter. So at the top here in figure A, we're looking at 12 children ages 1 month to 1 year. And we see a wide range of ketone concentrations. The circle, the closed circle, refers to the mean, the average, and the bars are the 10th and 90th percentile. So after 15 hours, a wide range of ketone concentrations. At 20 hours, the mean concentration has increased, and at 24 hours, when the study was terminated, we see here an average of approximately 3 millimoles, with a range going from a little over 1.5 to over 4 millimoles per liter. What you also see shown on this figure is an open circle here and a open triangle here. And these are examples of a child, this one who was unable to generate ketones, a child with a fatty acid oxidation defect, here a child with extraordinarily high ketone concentration, referred to as a ketolysis defect, inability to utilize or oxidize ketones. So these children are prone to fasting ketoacidosis. Now, in the middle panel, panel B, we see 27 children ages 1 to 7. Similar pattern, rising ketones with more prolonged fasting. Again, the disorders of fatty acid oxidation, ketone levels are inappropriately low. The child with a ketolytic defect, markedly elevated ketone concentration. And then in the lower panel, panel C, we have 9 children ages 7 to 15 whose ketone concentrations show a similar pattern, but you'll note that on the average, the levels of ketones, the mean concentration of total ketones is lower in the older children as compared to the 1 to 7-year-olds and the children less than 1 year of age. Now, a similar study was reported by Van Veen and colleagues from the Netherlands, a bigger sample that I'm going to then explain to you. So what you see here is a survival graph. What this means is the endpoint is time to hypoglycemia, less than or equal to 3 millimoles or 54 milligrams per deciliter, either with or without clinical symptoms suggestive of hypoglycemia. So when the child who was admitted to the hospital and fasted under controlled conditions, when the child reached these endpoints, the study was terminated. We have 3 age groups. The blue refers to children up to 24 months of age. There were 49 total in this age group. The green refers to children aged 25 to 84 months, so 2 to 7 years, 79 children in this age group, and then 39 children in the age group from 7 years of age to 18 years of age. The x-axis shows time going out to 26 hours, and the y-axis shows the proportion of the children still in the test. So let's show you what happened. Among the older children, 7 to 18 years of age, all of them were able to go out to at least 22 hours. And then there was a small drop-off where a small number of these children aged 7 to 18 reached this endpoint. Glucose dropped to at least less than or equal to 3 millimoles, or they exhibited clinical symptoms suggestive of hypoglycemia. The children aged 2 to 7 were able to go to 12 hours and then began to fall off, such that at approximately 24 hours, 40% of the children had terminated the study. And finally, in the youngest age group, up to 24 months, they all made it out to approximately 9 or 10 hours, and then there was a progressive fall off, such that at 24 hours, only 20% of children still had glucose levels above 3 millimoles per liter and did not have signs or symptoms suggestive of hypoglycemia. So this shows very clearly that age is a very important determinant of one's ability to tolerate fasting and to maintain glucose levels above this particular cut point of 3 millimoles per liter. This figure shows the metabolic parameters after fasting for 20 hours according to age. So the 3 age groups that I've already mentioned, blue in this figure is the children up to age 24 months. The orange children between 2 and 7 years of age, and the gray are the children age above 7 up to age 18. And I've rearranged the data from the Van Veen article to illustrate the point that at 20 hours, the median concentration of glucose was just above 3.27 millimoles per liter in the youngest age group, 4 millimoles per liter in the intermediate age group, and 4.2 millimoles per liter in the older children. The lactate concentrations were all similar at between 1 and 1.2 millimoles per liter. But we see here important differences in the free fatty acid concentrations at 20 hours according to age. The highest concentration, just over 2 millimoles per liter in the very young, 1.56 in the children between the ages of 2 and 7, and interestingly, comparable free fatty acid concentrations in the older children from 7 years to 18 years of age. In this red box, I'm showing you the acetoacetate concentrations at 20 hours and the beta-hydroxybutyrate concentrations. And then on the far right, the sum of the acetoacetate and beta-hydroxybutyrate, meaning total ketones. You'll notice that there's not a huge difference between the acetoacetate concentrations in the youngest children, the intermediate age children, and the older children. However, the beta-hydroxybutyrate concentrations are markedly different. And it's important to appreciate this point because beta-hydroxybutyrate concentrations rise disproportionately as fasting duration is more prolonged. So in the fed state or in early fasting, acetoacetate and beta-hydroxybutyrate concentrations are approximately 1-to-1. But as fasting is prolonged and the ketone concentrations rise, beta-hydroxybutyrate markedly exceeds the acetoacetate concentration. You see here approximately 5-fold higher in the youngest children. And there's this important difference between beta-hydroxybutyrate concentrations depending on age. More detailed data from this study is shown in this table. And I simply want to point out that in each of these 3 age groups that I've already referred to, although the median concentrations are shown here, I also want you to see the 10th and 90th percentile, a wide range of values at each time point in each age group. So the response to fasting is quite variable in different children, and this makes the interpretation of fasting studies challenging for people who are not experts in this field. So as an example, one sees here in a child age between the age of 2 and 7 fasted for 20 hours, the 3-hydroxy or beta-hydroxybutyrate concentration can range from 0.36 up to 2.56. Similarly, in a 7 to 18-year-old, from 0.09 to 2.18. So I'm going to conclude by how do we measure ketones in clinical practice. In the hospital, obviously, samples are taken, go to the chemistry lab where they're analyzed on specialized instruments. But in clinical practice, in outpatient care, home care, we have 2 options. We can either measure blood ketones using a specific meter. Now, I know there are different meters in different parts of the world. In the United States, where I work, these are the 2 meters that are available, the Precision Extra and the Novamax. Novamax, I think, is available elsewhere in the world, as is the Precision Extra, and I think Menarini makes a ketone meter available in Europe, and there are probably others elsewhere in the world. These measure beta-hydroxybutyrate. As I've already said many times, this is the major ketone that's present in the circulation. under fasting conditions. Urine ketone strips, here's an example, keto sticks, where one dips the strip into the urine, times accurately, and then compares the color on the tip of the strip with a color code on the canister here, measures only acetoacetate and can detect acetone, and is a semi-quantitative measurement of ketone, as shown here. The point being that if one really wants to know what is the child's or the adult's ketone status, measuring blood beta-hydroxybutyrate is much more valuable than measuring urine ketones. So blood ketone meters measure beta-hydroxybutyrate, easy to do, convenient, prick the finger, get a drop of blood. It's quantitative and very accurate, up to approximately 5 or 6 millimoles per liter. The downside is that the strips are expensive and one has to have the specific meter that's able to do this. On the other side, we have urine ketones that are inexpensive, widely available, but they measure the less important ketone, if you will, acetoacetate. They measure it in the urine, so it's not real time. Depends on when, over what period of time the urine has been sitting in the bladder. And as you've seen earlier, ketone concentrations rise progressively over a period of several hours. And in a dehydrated child, the urine may not be easy to obtain. They're qualitative or semi-quantitative in young children, not easy to necessarily obtain a urine sample, so inconvenient. And they may not reflect the actual status of blood ketone concentration in real time, and they can be false positives and false negatives. And the ketone strips, if they're not stored properly, can be inaccurate. So I think that's my last slide, and I hope this has been a useful background to understanding the problems that will be discussed further under the topic of ketotic hypoglycemia. Thank you.
Welcome back to the second annual conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. We are so happy to have you here, and we just heard about adaptation to fasting by Dr. Joseph Wolfsdorf. For those of you who just attended, you can see a QR code on the screen. This QR code is what takes you to the place where you can help us support research into the field of idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. This conference is raising funds for the PhD by Dr. Anne Benner. She has created a PhD alongside and with the families in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International, strongly supported and guided by the Scientific Advisory Board. I also want to remind you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, where you will be able to follow the work of KHI and also re-watch all of the videos and the presentations from today. Now we are moving forward with a presentation by Dr. Paul Thornton. He will present on the role of fasting studies in the diagnosis and management of KH.
Welcome everybody to this year's meeting. Today I'd like to talk to you about the role of fasting studies in the diagnosis and management of ketotic hypoglycemia. Now, the objectives of my talk today are to outline the diagnostic process that we as physicians go through, to discuss the role of fasting studies, both the diagnostic fasting study and the fasting study to determine safety and control, and to review the impact on management that fasting studies can have. Now, as background information, I want to remind everyone that normal glucose is 70 to 120 milligrams per deciliter, or 3.8 to 6.6 millimoles per liter. Now, it's important to remember that there are times our children will have blood sugars higher or lower than this, and that does not necessarily mean that that is dangerous or abnormal. It just means it's technically out of the normal range. Similarly, normal ketones in the fed state are less than 0.2 millimoles per liter, And children and adults who fast for prolonged periods of time or who have hypoglycemia can have ketone levels greater than 2 millimoles per liter. And again, some children will have ketone levels that are in between these levels normally without causing them significant harm. It's also important to understand how long a normal child should be able to fast. And typically from babies up to 2 years of age, they're able to fast 15 to 24 hours, although we wouldn't typically ask a newborn baby to do that. Their physiology allows them to do it. From 2 to 5 years, they're usually able to go for 24 to 30 hours without eating. From 5 to puberty, about 30 hours or more. And adults can go greater than 72 hours without eating and maintain their blood sugar stable prior to getting high ketone levels. Now, when a physician meets a patient who has hypoglycemia, there are a lot of things we're talking about. And from today's perspective, ketotic hypoglycemia is only a small portion. And you can see in the bottom right-hand portion of this slide where ketones are elevated, and there is a group of conditions that cause this problem. But from a physician perspective, we have to think about all of the other causes. So in this slide now, I want to highlight that bottom right section and show you how I think about ketotic hypoglycemia. So when evaluating a child with ketotic hypoglycemia, I like to get a blood sample called the critical sample when the glucose is less than 50 or the ketones are greater than 2 millimoles. And that enables me to think about the cause of what's going on. There are two main categories of ketotic hypoglycemia, as you've heard previously today. Physiological ketotic hypoglycemia is children who undergo prolonged starvation, maybe for longer than 24 to 48 hours, or children who have poor oral intake associated with an intercurrent illness, and so maybe they've been sick for 3 to 5 days, they are barely eating anything, and their blood sugars start to go low and they get high ketones. Now, on the other hand, we have the pathological causes of ketotic hypoglycemia. And these can be due to hormonal deficiencies such as growth hormone deficiency, ACTH deficiency, or cortisol deficiency. They can be metabolic diseases such as the glycogen storage diseases, disorders of gluconeogenesis, or ketone utilization defects. And then lastly, and probably most importantly for everyone here today, are the idiopathic pathological forms of ketotic hypoglycemia. And in order to call something idiopathic, in essence, you have to prove that they do not have any of the other conditions. Now, from the literature, we know a lot of information. For example, we know that patients often come to emergency rooms and the physicians do not do the critical samples at the time of hypoglycemia. And remember, the critical sample allows us to determine the cause of the hypoglycemia. There is a lot of published data about the frequency of hypoglycemia, and we did a study here in Cook Children's where we showed that 1 in 1,400 children presenting to our emergency room have hypoglycemia as part of their problems, and that 50% of those patients who come to the emergency room who have no known cause for the hypoglycemia at the time have a critical sample done. In other words, they have an effort made by the doctors to make a diagnosis. However, the problem is that 50% do not. And what we know about these patients is that 10% of the patients who come to the emergency room with previously undiagnosed hypoglycemia end up having a serious underlying disorder. And the remainder, other 90%, usually are diagnosed with ketotic hypoglycemia. Now, what's not known is how many patients there are out there who have recurrent ketotic hypoglycemia, and what percent of persons who come to the emergency room have recurrent ketotic hypoglycemia. What we do know about children and adults with recurrent episodes of ketotic hypoglycemia is that there is a much greater incidence of glycogen storage disease, particularly type 0, 6, and 9, which are the ones that are more difficult to diagnose clinically. And 12% of patients with recurrent episodes of ketotic hypoglycemia do have glycogen storage disease. The problem is that critical samples do not diagnose the ketotic forms of glycogen storage disease, but rather they rule out the other conditions that enable you to move forward and say that perhaps we need to do genetic testing, which is the best way in this circumstance to diagnose the cause. However, what do you do if genetic testing is unavailable, or if genetic testing has been performed and the results are inconclusive? And this is where fasting studies can be useful. So I use fasting studies to make a diagnosis of etiology of the hypoglycemia or ketosis that's been previously observed but not properly evaluated. I also use fasting studies to determine the best way to treat the person with recurrent ketotic hypoglycemia, especially those who do not have a specific diagnosis. Now remember, we did talk about that 12% of persons with recurrent ketotic hypoglycemia have glycogen storage disease, but that means that 88% of persons do not. And so therefore, gene testing is not going to find the cause. So to me, that raises the question, what do they have? Is it pathological or not? And what is the best management? Now, for management, I like to take the Goldilocks approach. And I'm sure all your children know the story about Goldilocks. But for me, it means we don't want to do too little treatment, not too much treatment. We want to do just the right amount of treatment. And that's very important, that we make sure that our children have the right amount of treatment that prevents recurrent episodes of ketotic hypoglycemia, but not too much treatment so that their life is not interfered with too much. So let me give you an example. This is an 11-year-old I saw who had a history of multiple hospital admissions for ketotic hypoglycemia, who had found an expert in the treatment of ketotic hypoglycemia and had done an evaluation. No conclusive diagnosis had been made, but they had managed a patient with the G button. Every 4 hours, the patient got 2 grams per kilo of uncooked cornstarch with protein supplementation, and this happened for 24 hours a day. They were on a low free carbohydrate diet. The mom was checking blood glucose, blood ketones, and had a Dexcom continuous glucose sensor on, and she had done an amazing job of preventing hypoglycemia and ketosis, and the patient hadn't had any further episodes of hospitalization. So she came to me for what I call my Goldilocks tune-up. And here's what we did. We noted that on admission, she had normal growth with normal height and weight. There was no evidence of liver enlargement. There were normal liver function tests. The CK was normal, the prealbumin was normal, and the lipids were normal. We monitored glucose and ketones on her usual home regimen, and the monitoring showed it was absolutely normal. We then stopped the uncooked cornstarch during the day and monitored the glucose and ketones. And again, these were normal, with all the glucoses greater than 70 milligrams per deciliter and all the blood ketones less than 0.2 millimoles per liter. And then we did a fasting study. And here you can see the fasting study with the time and hours in the top column, the glucose in milligrams per deciliter in the middle, and the beta hydroxybutyrate levels, or the ketones, in millimoles per liter in the lower column. And you can see that by 12 hours of fasting, the glucose was normal and the ketones were suitably suppressed. But by 18 hours of fasting, the ketones were starting to rise. And by 21 hours of fasting, the ketones were approaching 2 millimolar and the glucose had dropped down to 66. Now, for an 11-year-old child, this is an abnormal fasting study. However, what we showed was that as she had grown older, her control was much improved. And so we were able to discharge the patient home on a regular high-protein diet with no fingerstick glucose or ketones being measured during the day, except on days when the child had an intercurrent illness. And this made a dramatic change in her dietary program. And our goal is to bring the patient back 1 year afterwards to ensure that on the more liberal program that they continue to do very well. Another example is a 5-year-old who'd had 2 previous admissions for the evaluation of ketotic hypoglycemia. At 18 months of age, had developed seizures, and in a previous hospitalization, he'd had a fast done and they felt that he developed hypoglycemia and ketosis within 6 hours, but there was no real good documentation in the records for me, and so I was unable to determine if the fasting study had been done properly. The patient had had a clinical and genetic evaluation performed with no cause found, and we brought the patient into the hospital, did 24-hour monitoring on the usual home program, and there was normal glucose and normal ketones between all the meals. And the patient was being fed during the night. So we went ahead and did a fasting study, and here again you can see that after 12 hours of fasting, the blood glucose was normal at 75 milligrams per deciliter and the ketones were suppressed. But in this child, very different than the last child, the blood sugars rapidly dropped into the 40s and the ketones continue to rise up above 3 millimolar. And so by 18 hours, a time that is inappropriately short for a 5-year-old, the glucose was in the danger zone with very high ketones. And so this showed us that this patient was unable to stop the glucose from falling as the ketones went high, and so this patient needed some significant interventions. So this child was discharged with cornstarch at night and no fasting greater than 14 hours if the patient was taking cornstarch, no fasting for longer than 12 hours if cornstarch was not available, no fasting longer than 8 hours when the patient had an intercurrent illness. And because this child deteriorated so rapidly, we felt that he should come straight to hospital if there was vomiting and the beta hydroxybutyrate was greater than 1.5. And then we had a discussion with the family about whether this child would benefit from a G button. And we felt in these sort of circumstances, a G button would be very useful for the family because they could connect up to a continuous glucose infusion through the G button if the patient was unable to eat and we were approaching ketone levels that were rising greater than 1.5. So in summary, I use fasting studies to aid in the diagnosis of the cause of ketotic hypoglycemia, which allows me to do very specific tailored genetic testing to try and find the genetic cause. The fasting studies may not always be diagnostic, but they allow me to get an understanding of the physiology of an individual person's fasting system. And this allows me then to develop a management plan and determine who needs aggressive intervention and G buttons and who needs less aggressive intervention and what degree of safety each individual patient has. Now, it's important when you're thinking about having fasting studies done that you have to realize that fasting studies are safe when they are done in the right hands. And in our clinic, we do about 50 to 75 studies a year. We have a special endocrine unit with trained nurses to do fasting studies. We have immediate access to results. So it's very important that if your physician is going to admit you to the hospital for a fasting study, that you talk with them and make sure that this is something that they're comfortable doing, that they have specialized nurses who can do, and that you've done as much of the testing that you can do to ensure that a fasting study will be safe. So for example, no one should have a fasting study done unless the fatty acid oxidation defects have been ruled out, because a fasting study in that circumstance can be very dangerous. So it's very important that fasting studies are done in the right hands, and you as families have absolutely got the right to ask your doctor, how many fasting studies do you do? Do you have a special area where you do them? Are your nurses trained? And make yourselves comfortable that when you go into the hospital, you are going to have a useful admission that will help change your management or confirm what you need to do, and that it will be done safely. And so I'll stop there and ready to take questions if anyone has any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul, and welcome back to the second annual conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. We have had the pleasure to hear a lot about fasting studies and fasting in general, both from Paul and from Joseph. Now we are moving forward with the Q&A, where I am so delighted for the first time ever to present to you all our latest Scientific Advisory Board member. Her name is Dr. Mary Elizabeth Pathy, and she is working at the hypoglycemia clinic at the Joslin Diabetes Center in Boston. So welcome everyone, and welcome Paul, Pratik, and Henrik. Hi everyone, and welcome to welcome to this Q&A. We have loads of questions from the audience, and I will start with the first. Is it dangerous for my child to get a fasting test if GSD has not been ruled out via genetics? Anyone? That you guys, you need to unmute. Make sure that you're unmuted so we can hear you. Henrik, please go.
I know that some would say that it can be dangerous because if you have a severe type of GSD, glucagon storage disease, you could have a sharp rise in lactate and get very sick from it. But I agree with Paul that if you do this in experienced hands and you closely observe the child, the symptoms, the sugar, the ketones, and the lactate, you'll be able to stop the fasting test when the child gets affected.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would add to that, Danielle, and say that for things like GSD1 and GSD3, one should be very suspicious based on clinical exam in a newly diagnosed patient. And I don't think I've ever had to do a fasting study to diagnose GSD1. It is very clear based on the baseline metabolic profile. However, I think the key thing is that fasting studies need to be done in experienced units. And yes, there is potential for danger, but with the proper precautions, they can be done safely. And I like to think about it in the sense that, isn't it better that the child has their first prolonged period of fasting in a hospital with professionals around, rather than they get a vomiting illness at home and they've got their mom in a panic not knowing what to do. So I think it's very good to be sure that your physician is experienced, that the nursing staff are experienced. But I think it's better to do a fasting study in the hospital and define what the problem is than accidentally get into a fasting situation at home when you don't have a good treatment modality.
Thank you, Paul. And I think that leads to another topic of one we need to start working on in KHI, to get a list of those experienced physicians, because it can be a jungle for the families to figure out where these experienced physicians are and if they are actually in the hands of a specialist. So thank you for that note. And I will move forward to a question directed to Mary Elizabeth. So is fasting studies used to diagnose adults with symptoms of KH, or is it only for children?
Thank you for that question. Yes, fasting is an important part of the diagnostic workup for patients with hypoglycemia who are adults. But I would say that the major goal of the fasting test in the adult is to distinguish between insulin-mediated and insulin-independent mechanisms driving the hypoglycemia. But yes, it's a very important part of the diagnostic workup.
Thank you so much. I also have a question regarding glucagon. I was told glucagon is dangerous for my child diagnosed with IKH. However, I hear about families using it in emergency situations with great results. What is the answer to this? Is it dangerous, or can it save my child? Anyone wants to add in on that? Henrik?
I would advocate for having a glucagon test performed at the hospital first, because some may not respond, which is pathological. Some respond in too much and get a rebound hypoglycemia situation where actually glucagon could be dangerous. So if you have this detection of the glucagon response in hospital, then you will know whether this should be used for you or not.
Pratik, do you want to, sorry, Paul, would you like to add on that first?
just going to say that typically we might do a glucagon challenge both at the end of a fast. So sometimes you'll know in a situation from the investigation in the hospital whether your child is responsive to glucagon or not. But, you know, for those of you who saw Dr. Wolfsdorf's amazing talk, you will see that normally by the time your body makes ketones, it is doing so because it's already used up all the glycogen in the liver. And so the only way glucagon works is to release glycogen from the liver in the short term. And that's why in the majority of cases with ketones and low blood sugar, glucagon does not work.
Thank you for that clarification, Paul. And Pratik, now it's your turn.
Yeah, so I think I would just like to add what just Paul mentioned as well. What we do as in clinical practice is sometimes, yes, I think it's important to document the response to glucagon when the child is hypoglycemic in the hospital. And sometimes when during the fasting studies or at the end of the fast, if we do have hypoglycemia, we could look at the response of to glucagon. And you know, it depends on the situation and circumstances that sometimes they do respond, but I think, and sometimes they don't. So it also depends on what underlying condition they have. And hence, it is really important to discuss with the clinician to actually see whether glucagon will be beneficial to their child or not.
Thank you so much for that, Pratik. And that makes me to ask a question from where we have had multiple inquiries from healthcare professionals from all over the world. Can the Scientific Advisory Board in KHI lead on a diagnostic fasting protocol and international guidelines on how to investigate and diagnose a child presenting with KH? That's a big one. Anyone? I need you to say, yes, we can. Of course we can.
I think this is the question last year. Yes, we can. I think we can.
Great.
And that's the whole idea of putting this together. So I think yes.
Yeah, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, remember, there are guidelines about the approach to diagnosing and managing hypoglycemia. And I think what we need to develop next are specific guidelines for these unusual cases of short duration fasting with ketosis and recurrent episodes of ketotic hypoglycemia that don't resolve with simple therapy. And I think, yes, we could, as the scientific team here, put that together, probably understanding it'll take 1 to 2 years. But if we don't get started, the 2 years will never be up.
Exactly. Then we know what to do next. Anyone else want to add in? No? Yeah, Pratik?
Yeah. I think this is a similar thing which has come up last year as well. And we've had discussion within the group about and you know, how do we really try and develop some international consensus guidelines. And I think that is something which we should all try and work on.
Great. And I just have a last question, and I'm not sure I quite understand it, so I'm sure you all will know what is asked. So here it goes. How does fasting affect hypoglycemia, comparing a KH patient and a non-KH patient? So how is fasting affecting hypoglycemia in a hypoglycemia patient and a KH patient? I think Paul nods.
Yeah, I think the answer really is that no matter what the cause of the hypoglycemia, you will uncover that in a fasting study in the sense that you will cause the blood sugar to come down. And different disorders that cause hypoglycemia develop hypoglycemia at different times relative to eating. For example, too much insulin secretion tends to cause hypoglycemia within 2 to 3 hours of eating. Glycogen storage disease type 1 tends to cause hypoglycemia within 3 hours to 4 hours of not eating. So each different condition tends to have a different timing of onset of the hypoglycemia. But the bottom line is that if there is a cause, or even if we have a hypoglycemic disorder, but we can't find the cause, you will see that pattern where the blood sugar will drop abnormally low before it should. And again, Dr. Wolfsdorf's talk showed us really nicely, reviewing all the studies from Van Veem and Bonifant, and those of us who do this all the time see exactly that same reference pattern of how long a child should be able to last before they go low. And when they go low before that time, that makes us suspicious that there's a hypoglycemic disorder. So the answer is yes, a fasting study will almost always make your blood sugar go low, and what's important is the timing and what happens to all the other things in the blood when the sugar is low.
Thank you so much, Paul. And now we will move forward to the next presentation by Dr. Mary Elizabeth Patty, presenting Idiopathic Ketotic Hypoglycemia in Adults, a case presentation.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation to present to you today. Today I'm going to talk about evaluation and management of hypoglycemia in adults. So the real question that I'd like you to think about is the question that we try to address when we take care of patients with hypoglycemia in the adult clinic. Why do some patients develop hypoglycemia? But the real question is, why don't we all develop hypoglycemia? And so just to give you a very brief background, I wanted to review the defenses against hypoglycemia that our body normally engages. When the glucose goes down, the pancreas responds by reducing insulin secretion and increasing glucagon secretion. These two hormones then act in the liver to promote breakdown of glycogen and increased glucose production via gluconeogenesis. This results in normalization of glucose. In addition, other organs in the body play important roles. For example, the muscle and the adipose tissue or fat tissue also contribute by reducing uptake of glucose into these tissues. And finally, the brain plays an important role in responding to low glucose levels via the autonomic nervous system, the sympathetic nervous system, and the parasympathetic nervous system. This results in secretion of hormones from the adrenal gland, epinephrine and cortisol, among others, and this contributes to symptoms such as shaking, sweating, and others. This, along with hunger, promotes people to eat, and the absorption of food contributes to helping to normalize the glucose. So when we evaluate adults who have hypoglycemia outside of diabetes, it's important to recognize that this is a very complex metabolic disease. And really, it's some impairment of that complex defense system of the body, which usually prevents a falling glucose. It's not common in adults, and as a result, many doctors will not be comfortable with this topic in the adult medicine area. So the first goal is an accurate diagnosis. So I want to walk you through a case presentation of a patient of mine who had hypoglycemia similar to ketotic hypoglycemia. So this was a 33-year-old female who had a long-standing history of shakiness, sweating, and fatigue after meals, with activity, and especially on hot days. She'd had over 10 events that were severe with loss of consciousness and emergency room visits over many years. So she started to check her glucose with a home glucometer, and the glucose was often 40 to 50 milligrams per deciliter, or about 2 to 3 millimolar at the time of symptoms. And she became confused when the glucose was in the 40 to 50 milligrams per deciliter range. During one physician office visit, she had seizure-like activity, and she had been feeling unwell and particularly fatigued that day and sweaty. She'd eaten about 2 hours earlier. Her capillary glucose level by fingerstick was 51 milligrams per deciliter, or 2.8 millimolar. Her symptoms resolved in the emergency room with intravenous glucose treatment, and she was admitted to the hospital. So first, is this truly hypoglycemia? Well, like in children, there are many symptoms of hypoglycemia in adults, and some of these are indicated here on the left, with both sympathetic and parasympathetic symptoms such as shakiness, sweatiness, blurred vision, increased heart rate, feeling anxious, and feeling weak or tired. These are common symptoms, but the ones that are really more concerning are what we call neuroglycopenic symptoms, when people develop weakness, difficulty thinking, and in severe cases, seizure, loss of consciousness, and coma. Sometimes patients don't have symptoms at all until the glucose gets very low, and that's called hypoglycemic unawareness, and may be related to frequent low blood sugars, and sometimes worse by prior exercise or sleep. Sometimes patients note nightmares or bizarre dreams and morning headaches, potentially indicating a low blood glucose overnight. And importantly, the symptoms can vary with each episode. Some days, some symptoms will dominate, whereas other days, other symptoms may be dominant. So, an important consideration in the adult is that similar symptoms may be present in many other conditions. And so the symptoms that I described to you don't necessarily mean hypoglycemia. For example, low blood pressure, irregular or fast heartbeat, anemia, medication side effects, panic attacks, anxiety, high adrenaline levels, rapid stomach emptying, and chronic illness or seizure disorders can cause similar symptoms. So as a result, it's very important to ask the question, is this hypoglycemia or not? And really, we follow something called Whipple's triad, which is needed to make a diagnosis of hypoglycemia. Symptoms, plus a low plasma glucose, and relief of those symptoms by raising the glucose. Why do we want plasma glucose, a blood sample from the arm? Well, because capillary glucose from a fingerstick meter can be inaccurate. And patients with Raynaud's disease may have falsely low values from a fingerstick. Continuous glucose monitoring, although it's great, can be less accurate at low values. So the question is, what level of glucose is really abnormal? So in the adult, we classify hypoglycemia by level. Level 1 is a glucose of 54 to 70 or 3 to 3.9 millimolar. Level 2 is glucose under 54 or 3 millimolar. And level 3 is where there's altered mental or physical status requiring assistance to treat the hypoglycemia. And it's important to realize that healthy adults can have a glucose of under 70, especially with prolonged fasting, and sometimes even below 50. Values under 54 milligrams per deciliter are uncommon in healthy individuals using a continuous glucose monitor. So here's the approach to hypoglycemia in adults. And I'm not going through all of this, don't worry. I'm not going to make you all become endocrinologists in the next 10 minutes. But in general, we think about patients who are ill-appearing. And there's a whole host of reasons why people have hypoglycemia. Medications, insulin, other medications that cause insulin to be made, alcohol, medication errors, severe illness, whether it's liver, kidney, heart failure, deficiencies of hormones such as cortisol, some tumors, and malnutrition. Most of the time, though, hypoglycemia occurs in people who are generally healthy appearing. And our job as adult endocrinologists is to make sure that their insulin levels are not too high, because that really dictates how we treat patients. This can be due to a variety of things, an insulin-producing tumor such as an insulinoma, or changes in the pancreatic beta cells. These are the cells that make insulin, and they may make insulin inappropriately or at inappropriate times, such as after upper gastrointestinal surgery. There are a whole host of other more rare syndromes that can cause hypoglycemia as well. And so our evaluation is really designed to identify what is the cause of hypoglycemia in adults. I just want to make one important point in that hypoglycemia can be aggravated by medications, not only diabetes medications and alcohol, but a whole host of other medications that are listed here. And these include a variety of things that most people don't think of when they think of hypoglycemia, including antidepressants, pain medications such as tramadol, opioids, and gabapentin, among others. When we see a patient with hypoglycemia, really we have a detailed clinical evaluation, including a medical history with information about the history of episodes, what provokes them, what makes them better, do they occur with eating or not eating, with exercise, is there a history of surgery on the stomach or intestines, what about the medications and supplements that the individual is taking, what about alcohol? Of course, we're also interested in family history, physical exam, and a detailed laboratory evaluation, not only general health parameters, but hormonal studies as indicated in an EKG. So the key thing that we like to focus on is evaluating patterns of symptoms and their relationship to the glucose. So the key question is, what is the glucose at the time of symptoms? To do this, we can use home glucose monitoring with a finger stick. And we can also use continuous glucose monitoring for pattern analysis, not to make a diagnosis, but just to look at patterns. And so this can be very helpful, along with a diary of symptoms, food, and activity. So we can go back and say, okay, what was going on at the time when the glucose level was low, or what was the glucose when the symptoms were occurring? So let's go back to our patient here. So hypoglycemia was confirmed in this patient. A venous glucose was 43 at the time of her symptoms, and her symptoms responded to glucose infusion. But unfortunately, hormonal testing wasn't performed at that time. So her history and her diary showed that her glucose level was low after eating, after exercise, showering, and stressful situations. She had a past medical history of polycystic ovarian disease, hypermobility, which was diagnosed as Ehlers-Danlos syndrome with recurrent dislocations, traumatic brain injury, migraine, and Raynaud's syndrome. So in the adult, the biggest question that we try to answer is this hypoglycemia due to excessive insulin or not? This is such an important question because the answer will influence our approach to treatment. So in the adult, we generally assess the effect of fasting. So normally when you respond to eating, glucose goes up, insulin goes up quite a bit, and ketones go down as a result of the high insulin levels. What about in the fasting state? Well, generally glucose goes down a little bit, not to dangerously low levels. Insulin goes down with fasting, and ketones rise with fasting. So in the setting of someone with hypoglycemia, we assess the effect of fasting. So in a normal fast, there's going to be a modest drop in glucose, drop in insulin, and an increase in ketones. In someone who has hypoglycemia due to too much insulin production by the body, the glucose will go down with fasting quite a bit. Insulin levels do not drop appropriately, and ketones are low because insulin levels are high. Then there's another category of hypoglycemia due to other metabolic problems where there's a drop in glucose, an appropriate drop in insulin, but ketones can be quite high. So why am I telling you all about this? Because if we find in the adult that there's too much insulin, we want to know why too much insulin is being made and treat those individuals. Whereas if insulin levels are not high, then it's largely a nutritional approach that we take. So let me tell you about this patient, the case presentation. We admitted this patient to the hospital for a supervised fast. She started at home and then arrived in the hospital at about 14 hours later. You can see that as the fast continued up to 40 hours, her glucose continued to fall, and glucose reached about 50 milligrams per deciliter, and she became confused. Given that she had a history of seizure disorder as well, we terminated the fast and allowed her to eat. Well, what happened at that time? Well, her insulin levels remained low during the fast. This is appropriate. This is an appropriate response to fasting and low glucose. And her beta hydroxybutyrate, the major ketone body, increased quite dramatically with a level above 5 fairly quickly. So, yes, she had hypoglycemia. It was not related to insulin excess, and she had ketones. So, what was the etiology? Well, this suggests that it's not driven by insulin excess with fasting, and although I didn't show you, it also was not driven by insulin excess with meals. So we focused her treatment on frequent small meals, emphasizing ingestion of complex carbohydrates, adequate protein and calories, using cornstarch, glucagon as needed for emergencies, and use of a continuous glucose monitor to detect hypoglycemia early so that she could treat before it became severe. There are additional metabolic and genetic evaluations in progress, but we really feel that in her case, this is related to autonomic dysfunction, potentially associated with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. So I hope I've given you a flavor of hypoglycemia in an adult patient, and so that you can think about parallels with pediatric patients who also have hypoglycemia. And with that, I'll say thank you for your attention, and happy to answer any questions. Take care.
Welcome back to the second annual conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. We just heard a presentation on ketotic hypoglycemia in adults. This is a very hot topic in our family organization, as we are seeing these issues a lot in the parents. That is why we are now inviting for yet another Q&A with the experts. So please welcome Paul, Pratik, Henrik, and Mary Elizabeth. I have so many questions from all of the families, and I will just take them one by one and see how many we can get today. But the first question: I was told there was no way I could suffer from pathological IKH like my child. As they say, my child will outgrow it, and it is a disease only children experience. However, I have had unexplained issues with nausea, passing out, seizures, brain fog, and I have had these symptoms all life. Can IKH continue until adulthood? I will pass this question to Mary Elizabeth.
Well, thank you for your question, and I'm sorry to hear about your long-standing symptoms. I think the most important thing is that it's hard to answer that question. There's so many variables that can give rise to those symptoms, and I think that I would encourage you to meet with an endocrinologist who would be able to evaluate you and determine whether your symptoms are truly associated with hypoglycemia or are reflecting some other hormonal or medical problem. So I think that's step one, and always an important thing. There's so much variability. We're all different, and it's hard to give an answer that would really address your specific questions. But I agree, they're important to evaluate.
Thank you so much, Mary Elizabeth. And I will move forward to a kind of similar question, but still different. My children have severe IKH, including my teenage son. I have documented incidents of hypoglycemia, and my doctor said it is most likely a state of pre-diabetes. Does this sound right, or should I find another doctor? Anyone? Henrik?
May be true. It is simply so underdiagnosed that adults can have ketotic hypoglycemia. We have actually identified several with true ketotic hypoglycemia in adulthood, coming from that their children, one or two, had the same. This may be X-linked, inherited, if it's GSD9A, or it could be something that we don't know of genetically. There are many variants on this, but it's simply so underdiagnosed, and stressing that ketotic hypoglycemia is not just normal variation in small children, but can be pathological, as we stated in our baseline paper. That's so important, and that further means that adults also can have pathological ketotic hypoglycemia. It's not a normal variation in small children only.
Thank you so much, Henrik. Anyone else want to add on that? Yes, Paul?
I was going to say that it's important for us to remember that for the vast majority of the families here who have unexplained ketotic hypoglycemia, we don't know what the cause is. So it's really not appropriate for a physician to say, I don't know the cause of what your child has, but it sure can't occur to you, because how do you know when you don't know the cause? So that's number one. The second thing is, in all my years looking after children with hypoglycemia, and I'm now talking 20 to 30 years, as you can tell from the hair, it is very rare that I'm investigating a child for hypoglycemia and then 3 months later they present back into the hospital with new onset diabetes. So that is extremely unusual. Having said that, there are some forms of really rare types of hypoglycemia, like mutations in insulin receptors, that have an appearance of diabetes as well. So, but the general rule is that hypoglycemia is rarely the pre-presenting feature of diabetes. I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues have to say about that.
Yes. Anyone? Yes, Mary Elizabeth?
In the adult population, certainly prediabetes is listed as one of the possible diagnoses underlying hypoglycemia in an adult. But I agree, even in the adult population, hypoglycemia is a rare factor in the progression to type 2 diabetes. Most of the time, we do not see this. However, both type 2 diabetes and hypoglycemia involve many of the same metabolic pathways. And I think we just don't understand enough about, concordance between some of these pathways that affect both hypoglycemia and diabetes. And so understanding the basis for hypoglycemia is important. But again, I agree that it's an uncommon way to get to diabetes in the adult.
I have a kind of related question. A mom asks, we have several with type 1 diabetes in our family. My child has now been diagnosed with IKH. Can he still get diabetes when he has IKH? Yes, that is a question. Someone wants to answer that. Henrik?
Everything is possible. You can have more than one disease. We do have two families with both ketotic hypoglycemia and then later type 1 diabetes. But to say that there's a link and to say that this is a part of the same disease is very speculative at the moment, I would say, because it's not in the textbooks.
No. Anyone else want to add? No? Great. Then I will move forward with a question, and I think it might be directed to Mary Elizabeth. I am severely overweight as an adult after having been severely underweight as a child. Looking back, I had all symptoms of KH when I was a child. Can my obesity be related to unexplained KH?
Well, thank you for your question. It's a really interesting question that we think about quite a bit, but we don't have an answer for as yet. However, many patients that I do see who have become overweight or obese during adult life, sometimes in retrospect describe symptoms that they feel were sufficient to cause them to eat frequently throughout the day to treat their symptoms. So I think it's an unanswered question. What, can undetected hypoglycemia contribute to lifelong increases in body weight? I think that's certainly a possibility. In fact, there are some recent data from large populations showing that an after meal dip in glucose was associated with increased hunger and increased consumption of calories after a meal. So, indeed, over time, that may contribute to weight gain. So, I think it's very plausible, but we don't fully understand the molecular mechanisms behind that.
Thank you so much. Anyone else want to add in? Paul, you're muted. Now you're here. You're here.
Sorry?
No, you're here.
There are some conditions in childhood, such as Russell-Silver syndrome, in which children are born very small and they sustain ketotic hypoglycemia. And as they get older and start to gain weight, they're at a much higher risk of metabolic syndrome and type 2 diabetes. So it's always important to make sure that you get to tell the doctor the whole history and talk a little bit about, your birth weight, your size growing up. But usually adults with untreated Russell-Silver syndrome will tend to be quite small. So that's a big clue. If you had a significant short stature and you were born and you were a very skinny, underweight child, that would be something to think about.
And now, Mary Elizabeth.
For those individuals who develop overweight or obesity as adults, it's important to discuss any prior symptoms of hypoglycemia either during childhood or adult life with your physician as you're considering different options for treatment of obesity. For example, individuals who have significant excess weight who are considering bariatric surgery, when we look at those individuals who develop hypoglycemia after bariatric surgery, which is one known complication, it's found that people who had a history of hypoglycemia in the past may be at higher risk for developing hypoglycemia after surgery. So it's just really important to make sure that your doctor knows about a history during childhood or even during adult life of possible hypoglycemia symptoms.
Thank you so much. And with these words, we are now moving forward with the break. So we will have a 10 minutes break before moving forward with the second patient story of today. So thank you everyone for joining, and I will see you back soon. Welcome back to the second annual conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. We have just had a short break and we are now excited to welcome you all. The next feature on the program is a story about a little girl called Naja from Denmark.
Jeg hedder Louise, og jeg er mor til David på 5 år, og Naja her på 3 år. Naja, hun har fået konstateret KH og GSD 9A uden leverpåvirkning. Derudover har Naja skjult ganespalte og MBL-mangel. Hun har, lige siden hun var helt lille, altid haft rigtig dårlig immunforsvar og hævet alt til sig. Så det har været en mega sej lang kamp. Det startede egentlig allerede, da jeg var gravid. Sidst i graviditeten, der begyndte jeg at tabe mig og kontakte jordmoren, og jeg faktisk var bekymret over, at jeg tabte mig i vægt. Fordi normalt så tager man på det sidste del af graviditeten, men jeg blev ved med at tabe mig. Jordmoren mente, at det var bare fordi, at Naja, hun tog godt af mine fedtdepoter, så det var ikke noget at være bekymret for. Og fødslen, den gik faktisk godt, og der var ikke noget der, og hun blev lagt til brystet. Og allerede døgn nummer 2 ude på sygehuset, der vågner jeg op mega veludviklet om morgenen og tænker, jeg kan da slet ikke mærke, at jeg har fået et spædbarn, for hun har sovet 13 timer. Dagen efter vi så kommer til, at jeg skal udskrives, beder jeg om, jeg godt vil have hende vejet. Og da hun blev født, der vejede hun 32,80. Og da de så vejede hende der på dag nummer 2, der vejede hun 2900. Så det går lige pludselig stærkt, og vi skal indlægges på neonatalafdelingen, fordi hun skal holdes øje med. Og de snakker om, at der skal lægges sonde, fordi det viste sig, at hun var fuldstændig dehydreret. De tog så ikke nogen prøver for at tjekke blodsukker eller noget som helst. Det var bare dehydrering. Så de bad mig om at forlade hende og gå ind og spise. Og sagde, at det eneste, de gjorde i mellemtiden, det var at måle og veje hende. Og så ville der komme en læge efterfølgende og snakke om, at hun skulle have sonde. Da jeg lige ved at være færdig med at spise, så hører jeg hende bare skrige fuldstændig hysterisk. Jeg tænker, hvad sker der? Så jeg løber bare ind på stuen. Og der har lægerne så lige lagt sonde, uden jeg var der. Og så begynder de jo at give hende sondemad, og hun begynder at tage på, og vi lægger hende til brystet. Og skal amme hende hver 3. time, skal pumpe ud 20 minutter på hver bryst hver 2. time. Og så skal jeg så også nå at sove. Efter en uges tid, der må jeg simpelthen sige stop, at jeg kunne ikke holde til at være på sygehuset mere. Så der valgte jeg at stoppe amningen og så gå over til flaske. Og hun begyndte så at tage på, men hun fik flere og flere af de her tilfælde, hvor hun simpelthen bare var lige bleg og ikke rigtig var til at vække. Og så siger jeg ved ikke hvorfor, og lægerne de mener jo ikke, der er noget. Så det her, det kan vi ikke. Det er for voldsomt. Så jeg kontakter så sygehuset igen, og Naja, hun bliver indlagt og får noget overvågning på sig, og de sætter en masse iltmålinger på, og vi får en maskine ind til os, hvor vi så kan tjekke hjerterytme og puls og iltniveau. Og så bliver døren lukket, og så får jeg at vide, at jeg skal ringe på snoren, hvis det er, at ilten falder. Og ilten falder til 84. Jeg ringer så efter en sygeplejerske, som kommer ind, og hun kan godt se det, men siger, ja, jeg tænker ikke, der er noget at være bekymret for. Så de går ud igen. Efter cirka et døgn kan lægerne godt se det her med, at det bliver, at hun ligner en, der er død. Hun er meget grålig og meget hvid i huden. Og de begynder så at snakke om, at det kan være tegn på alvorlig hjertefejl. Så de vurderer så, at vi skal køres videre til Aalborg sygehus med overvågning i ambulance, så der skal en sygeplejerske med. Og her finder de så 2 små huller i hjertevæggen, som de egentlig ikke mener har noget betydning, og mener, at de gerne skulle kunne lukke sig selv igen. Hullerne har så lukket sig, og jeg spørger så ind til, hvad det her så kan være. De mente ikke rigtigt, der var noget svar. De mente bare, at det var sådan, hun var, at det kunne være. Det er bare, fordi hun var meget bleg. Så de kommer aldrig rigtig til nogen konklusion. Allerede da hun var 4 uger gammel, der begyndte hun at sove igennem, og hun sov gerne 12-16 timer. Så de første mange måneder, hun sov bare hele tiden. Jeg kæmpede i 8 måneder, de første 8 måneder af hendes liv, med at konstant kontakte læge, at jeg var bekymret for hende, og at jeg var overbevist om, at der var noget galt med mit barn. At det kunne ikke være rigtigt, at hun skulle sove så meget. Hun altid havde besværet vejrtrækningen, og hun blev blålig og grålig og lignede en, der var død, når hun sov, og hun sov så tungt, at hun var svær væk. Jeg var bange for at lægge Naja fra mig. Jeg var bange for, at hun ikke vågnede næste morgen, fordi hun altid sov så tung og var så svær væk. Så jeg sad faktisk bare i sofaen med hende i mine arme, nærmest 24 timer i døgnet. Hun er ikke bare almindelig syg, der må være noget galt. Men jeg blev ved med at blive havlet ned og få at vide, at nu skulle jeg lade være med at pylre, og jeg skulle tage mig sammen. Til sidst, der kontakter jeg en børnelæge i Brønderslev, der hedder Karen Tilma, og hun sagde, at det var bestemt ikke normalt, og det var selvfølgelig noget, der skulle undersøges. Og vi kommer forholdsvis hurtigt til Karen Tilma, som opdager, at Naja, hun har gået med uopdaget lungebetændelse, at hun har svær astmatisk bronkitis. Naja bliver sat i gang med antibiotikabehandling for at dæmpe alle de her infektioner, hun bliver ramt af hele tiden. Så hun har fået Citromax nu, siden hun var 8-9 måneder, og får det stadig hver dag. Vi har flere gange prøvet at holde pause med hendes Citromax, men hver gang så bliver hun syg. Hendes blodsukker bliver påvirket, når vi hun ikke får Citromax, fordi hun får ramt så mange infektioner til sig, at hun ikke kan spise noget, og selvom hun egentlig de dage også kan spise, så ender vi med ambulancetur, enten på grund af blodsukkeret, eller at hun får besværet vejrtrækning. Derudover har Naja, siden hun var 6 måneder, døjet med, at hun får kramper. Det er oftest om natten, og gerne når hun sover rigtig tungt. De gange, der så har været kramper, der har hun haft lave temperaturer på mellem 34,5 og 35. Hun er blevet indlagt med ambulance de gange, der har været kramper. De snakker meget om det var feberkramper, men som jeg sagde, jeg tror bare ikke på, at det er feberkramper, for hun har ikke feber. Altså hun har lave temperaturer, når det sker. Og de her kramper gentog sig, og vi blev indlagt igen. Og igen fik vi at vide, at det var nok bare feberkramper. Og efterfølgende oplever vi flere gange, hvor hun så kramper i sengen om natten og har lave temperaturer. Og jeg ringer 112, fordi jeg får at vide af lægen, at hvis det sker igen, så skal jeg ringe 112. At jeg skal ikke tøve, og jeg skal ikke være bange for at spilde deres tid. Jeg har hele tiden haft den der fornemmelse af, at jeg er bange for at spilde deres tid, fordi jeg hele tiden har fået at vide, at det er mig, der er skør. Der er ikke noget galt med mit barn. Så jeg begyndte så bare at ringe 112 og kom ind, og de gjorde ingenting. De kiggede på hende og siger, at det er nok bare en feberkrampe igen. Vi holder jer til observation. Og jeg tænker, det er nok bare sådan, hun er så. Det er læger, og jeg må have tiltro til dem. På det her tidspunkt er Naja omkring 1,5 år. Den 27. oktober 20, der om morgenen vågner Naja lige kort og er tørstig, og hun virker meget mærkelig. Naja, hun var blevet puttet kl. 19 aften før, og da hun stadig sover kl. 11, der bliver jeg bekymret, fordi hun er faktisk ikke rigtig til at vække, og hun vender lidt det hvide ud af øjnene, når hun sover. Så jeg kontakter min veninde, og jeg ved det oppe i Karen Tilma, og Karen Tilma ringer mig faktisk op med det samme, at hun er bekymret for Naja, og hun siger, at hun skal på sygehuset. Jeg har David hjemme på det her tidspunkt, og David han er bekymret over, at hans lillesøster bare ikke vil vågne. Og jeg får hurtigt ringe til min mand og sagt, at han skal skynde sig hjem, fordi den er helt gal med Naja. Jeg kan ikke vække hende. Og lige det han ankommer, der kommer ambulancen og akutbilen og en narkoselæge. De lægger vindfløjl i Naja, og hun registrerer det slet ikke. Hun er bare væk. De bliver bekymret for hende, og hun bliver båret ud i ambulancen, fuldstændig væk. Og jeg kan godt mærke panikken i min store søn David, at han ser sin lille søster bevidstløs blive båret ud i en ambulance. Så det der med at være 2 steder, det var faktisk rigtig svært. Men hun kommer ind, og de lukker døren, og de begynder at stikke i hende, og får givet hende noget væske. Og de siger, at det er sjældent, de oplever et barn, de kan sidde og stikke i, uden de overhovedet vågner eller trækker en mine. Så de siger, at det her det skal gå stærkt. Paramedicineren og narkoselægen beder den ene ambulancefører om at køre deres bil, fordi de tør ikke at overlade Naja til bare ambulanceførerne. De vil være med i ambulancen. Da vi ankommer til sygehuset, der har hun fået noget væske. I mellemtiden har de jo taget en masse prøver på hende, og de har blandt andet den her gang taget blodsukker, som var på 2,3. Så jeg skal måle hendes blodsukker derhjemme 3 gange om dagen i en periode på en måneds tid, mener jeg det er. Efter en måned kommer jeg ind igen, og vi får snakket, og jeg kan ikke finde nogen lave tilfælde af blodsukkeret. Og jeg siger så til dem, men jeg tror, hvis vi skal finde det, så tror jeg det om natten. Jeg bliver så bedt om at skal måle hendes blodsukker om natten, for at se, om jeg kan finde nogle tilfælde der. Og jeg prøver at tage nogle enkelte stikkontroller om natten, men jeg finder ikke noget. Jeg deler så et opslag på Facebook om mine frustrationer og vores seneste indlæggelse med Naja. Jeg har gået i skole med Danielle, hvor vi er venner på Facebook, hvor hun faktisk kontakter mig og siger, at jeg skal kontakte Odense sygehus og have fat i Henrik inde ved Odense. Og jeg var sådan lidt i starten, nej, mit barn fejler ikke noget med blodsukkeret. Det er ikke det. Jeg tror, det lå et andet sted, fordi Hjørring sygehus blev ved med at fortælle mig, at der ikke var noget med det blodsukker. Så selvfølgelig var der jo ikke det. I maj 21 bliver Naja så igen indlagt med ambulance og lav blodsukker. Den her gang var blodsukker på 2,8, og her vælger jeg så at kontakte Danielle igen. Og jeg sender så Henrik en mail sent om aftenen, og allerede dagen efter har jeg et svar, og han skriver, at han ser god grund til at indlægge Naja 2 dage i Odense til en udredning. Og der tænker jeg, hold da op, hvad sker der lige her? Jeg bliver mødt af en læge, som egentlig forstår mig og lytter. Jeg får så indkaldelse til Odense, hvor hun skal have igennem en fasetest, hvor hun jo skal fase til klokken 12 dagen efter. Men allerede klokken 10 må vi afslutte fasten, fordi Najas blodsukker falder, og hun bliver skidt. Og de får taget de prøver, de skal, og hun får så noget sukker og får det godt igen. Og her kunne Henrik så hurtigt konkludere, at Naja, hun har KH. Vi bliver så interesseret i, hvad det her er, og hvad skal vi så gøre. Og for at vide, at vi skal have taget en masse genblodprøver, hele familien, for at finde ud af, hvorfor har hun så det her. Og bliver sendt hjem med, at hun skal have maizena-mel hver aften inden sengetid for at stabilisere hende. Så det får vi startet op på og har faktisk en god effekt af det. Naja får taget en masse blodprøver, hvor Henrik så finder nogle genfejl. Og det viser så, at min mand, han også har GSD 9A, som han så har arvet videre til Naja, og Naja har fået KH. I dag der bliver vi fuldt tæt af Henrik i Odense, og når der har været tilfælde, ringer jeg til ham og konfererer med ham, hvad er der gået galt her, og hvad kan vi gøre? Jeg føler, at vi er gode, trygge hænder ved Henrik. Han har virkelig hjulpet os og fundet de svar, vi har ledt efter i 3 år. Vi har været tilknyttet hos Henrik i Odense i et års tid nu, og siden vi kom ind til Henrik, og vi blev oplært i, hvordan vi skal hjælpe Naja, har vi haft et tilfælde med indlæggelse. Lægen på stuen står klar med insulin og vil til at stikke hende, hvor jeg så siger, at hun skal ikke have insulin, hvor han påstår, at det skal hun, fordi at hun har diabetes type 1. Så siger jeg til lægen på Hjørring sygehus, hun har ikke diabetes, hun har ketotisk hypoglycemi. Hvor han bliver ved med at påstå, der står i hans journal, at hun har diabetes, så han skal forholde sig til, så han skal give hende insulin. Jeg nægter så, at han må give hende insulinen, og samtidig bliver jeg usikker, fordi jeg har en læge, der står og siger, at det skal hun bare have, men jeg har aldrig hørt Henrik nævne ordet insulin, så et eller andet inde i mig sagde bare, at det skulle hun bare ikke have. Lægen bliver sur og kigger på mig og siger, hvad behandling vil du så give hende? Hun plejer at få sådan nogle små sukkerbreve med noget glukose i. Jamen det har vi ikke her på afdelingen, siger han så. Hvor ambulanceredderen så hurtigt siger, jeg har nogen i ambulancen, jeg løber ud og henter nogen. Og efter lidt tid, så kvikker hun op igen, og er igen den glade Naja. Og jeg får så at vide på Odense sygehus, at det var rigtig godt, jeg ikke gav hende insulin, fordi jeg reddede faktisk hendes liv ved at nægte det. Vi aftaler så, at de skal skrive et handlingsforløb, som jeg kan give til Hjørring sygehus, så de ved, hvad skal der gøres, når Naja kommer ind. Fordi det er en sjælden sygdom, og der er ikke særlig mange læger endnu, der kender til den. Så de ved, hvordan skal vi behandle Naja, når hun så kommer ind til næste gang. Så vi ikke står i det her dilemma, at jeg skal stå og diskutere med en læge, hvilken behandling skal min datter have. Så jeg får så overdraget det her til Hjørring sygehus, så de har det liggende. i papir eller i deres system. Jeg synes jo egentlig, det går meget godt i dagligdagen herhjemme med hende. Jeg føler, at vi har god kontrol over det. Men jeg er mega frustreret over, at når det så går galt, at jeg ikke har nogen hjælp at hente. Så nu håber jeg håber ikke, der sker flere tilfælde, men jeg håber, hvis der så sker et tilfælde igen, at vi trods alt kan blive mødt af et sygehus, der tager imod os og vil hjælpe os, i stedet for at kæmpe imod os. Både min mand og jeg, vi er jo mega bange for at også gå ind til Naja om morgenen, når hun stadig sover, for vi er bange for, at hun er død. Og vores søn, han har fået utrolig meget dødsangst af alt det her. Han er bange for, at jeg skal dø, fordi han har set sin lille søster være bevidstløs. Samtidig man har haft familie ved siden af, der siger, men I må da forstå, hvis lægerne siger, at hun ikke er syg, så er hun ikke syg. Så lad være med piller. Men hun er jo syg. Og jeg er så taknemmelig for, at Danielle hun kontaktede mig og bankede mig lidt i hovedet og fik mig til at kontakte Henrik. Fordi nu føler jeg mig klædt på. Jeg føler desværre ikke, at vi bare kan lukke døren nu og sige, nu har vi hendes fasesresultat. Jeg tror, der kommer flere ting med på vejen, når vi engang bliver færdige. Men heldigvis er vi i gode hænder nu ved Henrik. Og så tager vi det, som det kommer, og får det bedste ud af det.
Welcome back. We just listened to the story of the little girl Naya, who were diagnosed with KH-only GSD9A. Luckily, she ended up in the care of Professor Henrik Thybo Christensen from Odense University Hospital. Now we are going to listen to a presentation from Henrik, presenting about KH-only GSD9A.
Hello, I'm Henrik Christensen from Hans Christian Andersen Children's Hospital in Odense University Hospital, Denmark. I'd like to talk about glycogen storage disease 9A in children with ketotic hypoglycemia. In 2020, we published a paper where we introduced a new concept, ketotic hypoglycemia only GSD9A, or glycogen storage disease 9A. This means that some people with glycogen storage disease 9A does not have enlarged liver and liver affection biochemically due to increased stores of glycogen, that is glucose stores in the liver. The liver is completely normal by ultrasound and biochemistry, but the child has ketotic hypoglycemia. This was not really known before, that children can have a gene mutation in PHKA2, which is the gene responsible for GSD9A. We identified 20 children in 8 families who did not have glycogen storage disease, by definition of enlarged liver, but only ketotic hypoglycemia. That's why we named it KH-only GSD9A. And it has become clear that this condition is pretty common in ketotic hypoglycemia. And this is an important discovery. Firstly, a diagnosis of KH-only GSD9A is important for the child, because the genetics supports the diagnosis of a pathological condition which is not physiological, which is more than normal variation, and which is not always self-limiting with increasing age. The severity in KH-GSD9A may, however, be different in also with the same mutation in the same family. Some do not have or only have very mild symptoms, and some have pretty severe ketotic hypoglycemia, still not enlarged liver, also not by follow-up. And some have milder symptoms even up to adulthood, even though the disease tends to become milder with age. Secondly, a diagnosis of a mutation in GSD9A is important for the families because the mutation is most frequently inherited in an X-linked pattern. Secondly, a diagnosis of GSD9A in ketotic hypoglycemia is important for the families. This is because the mutation is most often inherited from an adult. If the mutation is situated on the X chromosome, this means that if a boy has the mutation, he has inherited from the father. If a girl has mutation, it can both be inherited from the father or from the mother. Typically, the disease is more pronounced in boys because there's only one X chromosome in boys, and this will be affected. In the girl, there will be two X chromosomes with only one affected chromosome with a mutation. And if you identify this X-linked mutation, then you can go to other family members, brothers, sisters, cousins, the adults, and see whether these family members also have a mutation. And this has been fruitful in many of those who have been identified with GSD9A. More recent examples from our clinic includes a family from one of the smaller islands of Denmark. In this family, we identified a 2-year-old boy with pathological ketotic hypoglycemia. He needed treatment not only with frequent diet and uncooked cornstarch, but also a gastric tube with continuous feeding with maltose overnight. The family history revealed that he had a cousin that perhaps also had a similar or the same disease. This led us to do genetic family investigations, and it was revealed that also the cousin had the PHKA2 mutation, and both cousins' mothers were twin sisters and had the mutation. This led to further identification of 3 more children with actually severe ketotic hypoglycemia. And once treated, they got a better life, simply to say. So identifying GSD9A mutations in ketotic hypoglycemia is important not only for the child, but also for family members, which now can be detected and treated. In another recent family, a diagnosis of KH-only GSD9A was important not only to support the diagnosis of pathological ketotic hypoglycemia, but also to convince the local hospital that here was a family who had a need of emergency treatment when things got wrong, and to the authorities that this family needed help with economic support for continuous glucose monitoring and devices for blood glucose monitoring. Also, that the daycare was informed about the disease and took it serious. So a genetic diagnosis can help families and children with ketotic hypoglycemia. And this is not to say that those who do not get a genetic diagnosis should not be taken serious, but it is often helpful to convince others that this is really a disease to take as important. Thank you.
Welcome back. Thank you for the presentation, Henrik. It was really enlightening to hear about the stories of the families suffering from GSD9A. It has brought so much clarity into the family support group to listen to the presentation Dr. Anne Benner did last year about KH-only GSD9A. So from the families to all of the scientists and doctors involved in that publication, I just want to shout out a big thank you. We have had so many families being diagnosed with KH-only GSD9A after that presentation. So thank you also for the follow-up. We are now moving forward to a live Q&A, and for the first time ever live, I would like to present to you all Dr. Joseph Wolfsdorf, who is now ready to be with us live. We will also have Paul Thornton, we will have Henrik Christensen, and we will also have Pratik Shah. So we have a bunch of questions from the audience regarding GSD9A, and I will jump right into it. So the first question is, and I think that is a really difficult question to answer. How will I know if my child has IKH or KH only GSD9A? So that is a very difficult question to answer, but I think very soon we will have the experts live. And our experts are live, and I now pass the word to Henrik. Thank you.
I think we would say the same, all of us, that it's crucial to get a diagnosis of hypoglycemia. Once you have seen hypoglycemia, detect whether this is ketotic or not. Once you have seen that a child has ketotic hypoglycemia, it should be investigated whether this is pathological by home monitoring or maybe hospitalization, and then eventually genetics if you at least find a family history that could suggest it. We have easy access to genetics in our clinic, but in other countries or hospitals, it may not be so easy.
Thank you, Henrik. Anyone else wants to add in? Joe? And welcome.
My approach to hypoglycemia disorders starts with understanding function. And the fasting study allows us to understand function, how the body adapts to the fasting state, and how rapidly the glucose level falls, how rapidly the ketone levels rise, and so on. So function to me is the first step, and we do that by performing the monitored fast. The genetics are crucial because they help us to precisely define what the cause might be. So genetic disorders are one cause of ketotic hypoglycemia. But speaking as an endocrinologist, there are other causes. Growth hormone deficiency, for instance, very occasionally adrenal insufficiency can present with ketotic hypoglycemia. So understanding function through fasting studies with detailed metabolic and endocrinologic measurements is the beginning, and the genetics should be the next step to pin down, if possible, the precise cause of the abnormality. So that's how I approach it.
Thank you so much, Joe, and welcome. It's nice to have you with us live. So I have another question. And I'm not sure there is a question or an answer to this, but I will give it a try. My child was recently diagnosed with KH-only GSD9A. Is my child at risk for liver enlargement, like with the regular GSD9A kits? Anyone? Henrik?
I think simply there's a need of follow-up in every such child. It will usually tend to get milder and not worse, but I would always recommend follow-up with ultrasound. But the hope is that it gets milder in most cases.
Thank you.
Could I just follow up on that theme for a moment? Because I think Henrik Christensen's presentation is crucially important. The common view is that glycogen storage diseases are typically associated with large liver. So if the liver is not enlarged, one doesn't think of glycogen storage disease in the differential diagnosis. But his presentation and several years ago, David Weinstein also wrote a paper on this subject, that there are patients with the so-called milder forms of glycogen storage disease in whom the liver is not enlarged. And so it's a message that is crucially important to get out there into the world. The liver may not be enlarged, and yet the child may have one of these important metabolic disorders, genetic disorders. So I think it's terribly, terribly important to highlight that point.
Thank you so much, Joe. It's a very important message. Very important. So moving on to a question from an adult asking, how does an adult who is a symptomatic carrier of GSD9A find a doctor that will help them? It's so very hard to be taken seriously when only a carrier, or are they left to self-manage their symptoms? And I just want to state that we have a lot of carriers in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. Like, we are all carriers. So please, I am so eager to hear your answer to this.
Well, Danielle, the reality is that there are not large numbers of adult physicians who are as interested in hypoglycemia as there are in pediatrics. But, usually, typically in every country, there is one or two. And, I think what we can do is help by getting names of both pediatricians and adult internists or endocrinologists or metabolic specialists who are interested in hypoglycemia. But I sympathize with the person asking the question. It can be very difficult. And we're blessed in the United States to have a few people. We met Mary Elizabeth a little earlier, and Andrew Vella is also very interested. So we have a couple of people in different institutions in the US, but I think what we need to do is get lists of, for each country, where physicians who are interested in treating people with hypoglycemic disorders practice, and maybe that would be something we could try and put together over the next year.
I think we should add that to our to-do list. Thank you, Paul. It will be a long list. But thank you for your reply. And I just have one last question. Is there a difference in the treatment of the child if it's KH only GSD9A and not IKH? Or is it the same treatment? Henrik?
Yes, I would individualize every patient. Some KH GSD9H are mild, and some has more severe disease. So you cannot really say that there's only one treatment to either pathological KH without any genetic reason known, or GSD9A. Simply individualizing.
Thank you so much, Henrik. And yeah, Pratik?
Yeah, I can share my experience with a couple of cases I manage. So I think what they are very mild, and we've given them a sick day rules. So how to manage, especially when they're unwell or when they're sick. However, if they have issues or have hypos, then more frequent hypos, then they can trial cornstarch as well. So I think, like Hendrik said, yeah, it depends on the severity, and then based on that we can obviously give a plan.
Thank you so much, Pratik. And Joe?
Yeah, I'd like to just add, I agree with everything that's been said. The problem to answer a question like that is it's too broad, okay? The glucose requirement to maintain normal glucose is much higher in young children than it is in older individuals. And so in severe cases, a more intensive glucose replacement program is necessary to protect the child from hypoglycemia and ketosis. But usually, as the child gets older, the requirement decreases. So that's one factor to take into consideration. The second is that, as has already been said, for all genetic diseases, despite having the same mutation, people can have varying degrees of severity. So one size does not fit all, okay? You have to individualize. And the third comment I would make is that in addition to, let's say, cornstarch and frequent feeding, my friend David Weinstein, who I guess is not on this, has emphasized adding protein, especially overnight. I don't know if that came up earlier in the conference, but in addition to carbohydrate in the form of cornstarch, he has been an advocate for adding protein, protein powder, to especially at night before bed, in order to, because slowly the amino acids in protein get converted into glucose. So it's a supplement, if you like, that prolongs the effect. So I do have some patients with the so-called milder forms of GSD whom I treat with both cornstarch and protein supplements. The problem is that this is all anecdotal. I don't have any randomized controlled clinical trials that can confirm that this is the right strategy. But if it works and the patients benefit, we go with it. I don't know what my esteemed colleagues think of this, but it's certainly something that David Weinstein emphasized many times. And so, early on I taught him a little bit, but subsequently he's taught me a lot more.
I love that statement, Joe. So thank you all for your important inputs. I just feel like I have to say something regarding Naya's story presented earlier. There was a few points I would like to highlight. From Naya's story, we have learned that no child with ketotic hypoglycemia in a state of hypoglycemia needs insulin. So to all of the healthcare professionals seeing a child with ketotic hypoglycemia, do not give insulin. That was just one of the points. Another point was the fact, do listen to the mom. As a mom, I want to urge that. It's important. And I guess all of the experts in our scientific advisory board will agree with me, right? Yeah? Thanks.
I would say that giving insulin to a person with hypoglycemia is medical malpractice. It's indefensible.
Thank you so much. And now, with that said, I think we are ready to move forward with the next presentation. Throughout this year, we have had a lot of press attention to our findings about ketotic hypoglycemia and Down syndrome. Now we are so fortunate that Professor Henrik Christensen will give us an update about that. So here I give you ketotic hypoglycemia in patients with Down syndrome.
Welcome again. I'm Henrik Christensen, Hans Christian Andersen Children's Hospital, Odense University Hospital, Denmark. The family organization has made a fantastic discovery. Through communication on their website, they have identified that children with Down syndrome can have ketotic hypoglycemia. The breaking news arose from Austin Carrick, the mother of Melanie, who has Down syndrome. Her story is truly fantastic to hear. But was this an exceptional case, or is ketotic hypoglycemia frequent in Down? It may well be, because the symptoms of ketotic hypoglycemia are in many aspects alike to the manifestations of Down syndrome. So, is ketotic hypoglycemia frequently underdiagnosed in Down? To address this question, the family organization led a questionnaire on the web and got 139 responses from parents to children with Down. We critically evaluated these responses to identify those who first had a correct diagnosis of Down syndrome, and second, a verified ketotic hypoglycemia or repeat unexplained symptoms of ketotic hypoglycemia. By unexplained, we meant that symptoms could not be explained by Down syndrome itself. And we did not include individuals with less than 3 reported episodes, diabetes, or symptoms only in the neonatal period. Of the 139 response, we identified 10 patients with ketotic hypoglycemia. This means that 7% of the children with Down had ketotic hypoglycemia. 7%. The glucose values were down to 1.2 millimoles per liter. That is 22 milligrams per deciliter. And the ketosis was all the way up to 5.5 millimoles per liter. So this was very significant ketotic hypoglycemia, which definitely will affect the life of the children. The big discovery is that the children with Down can become much better if their KH is diagnosed and treated. The discovery is supported by animal studies where mice with a model of Down have deficient glycogen synthesis. This means that they cannot produce glucose stores in the liver. We are now studying more patients with Down to assess whether they have ketotic hypoglycemia and should be treated for this and get a better life. We should also be aware that children with other syndromes such as Russell-Silver syndrome and Prader-Willi syndrome can have ketotic hypoglycemia. Helping children with syndromes such as Down, Russell-Silver, and Prader-Willi to detect their ketotic hypoglycemia and treat will give them a better life, and this is very important. So please spread the knowledge of ketotic hypoglycemia in such syndromes. Thanks to Austin and Melanie and the family organization for this important discovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henrik, and welcome back to the second annual conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. We just heard an update on the project Ketotic Hypoglycemia and Down syndrome, and we are now getting ready for a Q&A with the experts. We will have Paul Thornton, we will have Joseph Wolfsdorf, Pratik Shah, and Henrik Christensen, who has been the lead on this project about ketotic hypoglycemia and Down syndrome. So I have a lot of questions from the audience. We have connected with so many families from all over the world after our publication. So I will start with the first question. Is there an established prevalence on how many patients with Down syndromes who suffers from ketotic hypoglycemia? Henrik?
Unfortunately, not. The survey that you did on the web was indicative of a significant prevalence, but the data were not so firm and of so high quality that we can establish a frequency or incidence. There's a need of further studies before that can be said.
Thank you. And now we're diving into a question about obesity again. This is from a father to a child with Down syndrome. My child with Down syndrome is obese and has documented hypoglycemia. Can there be a correlation between the obesity and the hypoglycemia? Anyone? No? Pratik, thank you so much.
I think it is like this. This was a similar question asked earlier about obesity and hypoglycemia. It's really difficult to kind of put this in correlation. This may be a possibility, and we do sometimes kind of think about that. Is it something that this could be linked, and whether the hypoglycemia and frequent feeding may lead to obesity, or when children are not actually kind of symptomatic, but they just have hunger as one of the symptoms of hypos, and when they are feeding more frequently as they are hungry, and whether that could lead to obesity. I think Henrik might be able to answer this question in a way, obviously, if there's any genetic correlation, and if there is anything which may lead to that can cause hypoglycemia and Down syndrome and then obesity. I think that's one of the things that is something to explore.
Yeah, and Henrik?
Well, obesity is very complex. In Down syndrome, there can be low thyroid hormone. This should definitely be identified and treated. This can also lead to obesity. But there are many reasons for obesity, but it's easy to check the blood sugar.
Thank you. And I think this may lead to a question again for Henrik, but I will try, and maybe someone else has an idea. This is from a mom who writes, I tried to understand the research paper published about Down syndrome and KH, but I didn't really understand the part about the mice study. Can someone please explain it in lay terms? Yes, Henrik? I'm adding this to you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, an animal study may be indicative of what is going on in humans, but it's not a definite just one-to-one translation. In the model of Down, in the mice could not produce glucose stores in the liver. We call it glycogen, and that defect will cause ketotic hypoglycemia. So the idea could be that there are smaller sugar stores in the liver in patients with Down syndrome, or at least in some of them. But it needs to be proven. It's only an idea by now.
Thank you, Henrik. And it really shows that there's still a lot of work to be done. The last question on this matter is from a healthcare professional asking, should all children with Down syndrome be investigated systematically for ketotic hypoglycemia? You have the answers, guys. Please, Pratik.
I think, it's a very interesting question. It is really difficult to determine at the moment is how many percentage of children with Downs may have ketotic hypoglycemia. What I would say, and I've had this discussion with my other colleagues and geneticists who look after children with Down syndrome in other countries, is to ask, and I think history taking is really important, and to ask if there are any signs or symptoms that may be suggestive of hypoglycemia. Also, obviously, we have to be mindful that children may be asymptomatic at the time of hypos, but if they do have any signs or symptoms or any episodes of documented hypoglycemia, then they should be screened. But at the moment, I think it will be difficult to say whether all children should be screened. And I don't know what my other colleagues feel here, but that's what I have kind of discussed with my colleagues who look after Down syndrome.
Thank you, Pratik. And Joe?
I'd like to just add to that. I think it begins with the careful history taking, and particularly what's the condition of the child first thing in the morning after the longest period without eating, and if the child is ill and is unable to eat. So I think that's one question. I think that if the data that Henrik referred to, and hopefully we can add to those data, confirms that this is a problem that is quite prevalent among young people with Down syndrome. I think screening for hypoglycemia would then become standard of medical care. Just as Henrik said earlier, we know that there's an association, but there's an increased risk of autoimmune thyroid disease in people with Down syndrome, increased risk of celiac disease, increased risk of developing type 1 diabetes. So in the comprehensive management of people with Down syndrome, we look for these conditions. And I think that if hypoglycemia turns out to be, quote, real and as prevalent as has been suggested, I think it would become a standard of care to at least make those physicians who care for Down syndrome people more aware and to screen for it. That would be how I would think about this. So I think it may become a standard of care if the data support that.
Thank you so much, Joe. And I think that wraps it all pretty nicely. When we're just finalizing this section, I just want to send my best regards to the mother, Austin Carrick, and her little daughter, Melanie. They were supposed to be here with us today. Unfortunately, they have catched COVID and is currently struggling at the hospital. So I'm just sending my best wishes to this family. This project would never have happened without them. Now we are moving forward to a section about patient advocacy. Now you're going to see a presentation from one of the kindest people I have ever met, the award-winning patient advocates within diabetes, Bastian Haug, who is teaching us a bit about the field of patient advocacy. And he is, for me, the patient advocate, and I have learned so much from him. So I'm so proud to present Bastian Haug on patient advocacy.
My name is Bastian Haug, and I am honored to speak today to you here at the Ketotic Hypoglycemia International annual meeting. I'm very honored that Danielle has invited me, and I would actually like to start with a short background story maybe, because it feels like I've known Danielle for years, definitely from longer than KHI existed. But the reality is we met for the first time ever 2 days ago. We met here in Copenhagen at a conference where she was speaking together with her mentor Jakob Steen Petersen from Novo Nordisk. And it's the first time we met. It's the first time we hugged. I'm a diabetes advocate. This is a spontaneous idea. She asked me to talk about advocacy and the work I've been doing with DDoC over the last 10 odd years. And I said yes. So I'm sitting here talking to you and looking forward. Let me give you a little bit of background. As I said, I was diagnosed 25 years ago with type 1 diabetes. I was 19 at the time, and I was just an average person living with diabetes for the first decade or so. I continued doing my studies, started work, but I've always had this big dream coming from northern Germany, Schleswig, of sailing around the world. It was a plan I had for just after high school that got kind of shattered by the diagnosis. And 10 years later, having finished my studies, having been in a normal work relationship, that idea kind of came up again, and I decided I wanted to sail. And there were so many questions about how do you deal with diabetes, with hypoglycemia, for example, on the open sea when you're by yourself. How do you deal with insurance if you want to sail to Patagonia? How do you deal with seasickness if you have injected insulin and your balance is off because you have to throw up, And this is what got me into advocacy in a way that I was the recipient thereof, because I started asking questions to doctors, to my insurance company, to nurses, and most of the time the answer I got was, you can't do that, or you shouldn't do that, or Mr. Haug, you are diabetic, you shouldn't do that. And I've never been someone who takes no for an answer, really. So I reached out in the early days of social media, before Facebook groups really became a thing, using Twitter mostly, just putting a tweet out there, looking and Googling for people with diabetes. And I found one guy specifically at the very beginning, Phil Sutherland, who is a bike rider with type 1 diabetes who just finished the race across America. And I sent him a tweet and I asked him, how do you deal with these things, not sailing, but biking? And he connected me to some other people in the US that had done some crazy things with diabetes or living with diabetes. And I think without reaching out, I wouldn't have dared to set sail a year later. I did. I spent 3 years sailing around the Baltic, wrote a book, made a movie, then sailed halfway around the world, including Southern Ocean, Antarctica, Cape Horn. And when I came back, I found a letter written by a young girl with type 1 diabetes who'd been diagnosed a bit earlier. It'd been sitting in my post storage because I'd been gone for so long. And she wrote me a letter, handwritten like an 11-year-old kid would write a letter. And she said thank you. She said thank you for the book I had written 2 years before, which she had been given as a present for Christmas by her grandma. The reason being that she was in love with rowing. She was on her school's rowing team. And her trainer kicked her off the rowing team when she got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And her grandma then gave her my book with the words, if this guy can sail around the world, I think you should be able to row. Read it and talk to your doctor. And that's what she did. She changed doctors and she went back on her rowing team. And that's the story she wrote in that letter to me to say thank you. And when I came back from that sailing trip and found that letter, I decided that, that was a lucky coincidence for her. But I was wondering why we didn't have something like an online community of people living with diabetes, supporting each other, helping each other, like I had been helped 3 years earlier when I was planning to go sail. I had been linking up with advocates in the United States where this diabetes online community, or DOC, existed, but we didn't have something like that in Germany or in Europe, not in that organized way. So I decided to pay it forward, which is the hashtag we use at DDoC from ever since we started. That hashtag has to do with sailing as well, because I once almost lost my boat. I got helped by a Commodore from Poland, 80-year-old guy with gray hair, and I had been in a severe storm, and he helped me out for 2 days with everything. And when I wanted to say goodbye, when I wanted to thank him, when I wanted to pay him for some of the things he did for me, he just looked at me, put his hand on my shoulder and said, every sailor needs a little help now and then. I have been helped too. You pay it forward, son. That's the sailing mentality with which I grew up. That's what I understood when I left Poland and sailed back home. And that for me became the basis of DDoC, of the German Diabetes Online Community, DE for Germany and Diabetes Online Community, but now it's just DDoC and it's international. This is why I started DDoC. I wanted to pay it forward. I wanted to give some of what I had learned over the 3 years of sailing and living with diabetes for, at that time, 12, 13, 14 years maybe, and build something like a peer support network. It wasn't a business plan, it wasn't a great idea, it was driven by passion and thankfulness for having been able to sail around the world and living my dream for 3 years. 10 years later, here I am, and I think I want to tell you a little bit about what's behind DDoC today and why I think patient advocacy is important, why I think it's important that we have a seat at the table with HCPs, with researchers, with industry. I sometimes get asked how many members we have. We don't have members. Everybody who feels connected, who feels like he or she wants to engage, who uses the hashtag or just gets in touch in any other way, we consider part of family. I think that is something you can relate to because I know from Danielle that the Ketotic Hypoglycemia family is very small. I think you are about 1,500 families connected, so I'm sure you have the same feeling of connectedness, helping each other out, being in touch. But the lived experience is very much the same, and it doesn't matter whether you're living with diabetes in Germany or in Denmark or in Pakistan or in Africa or in Latin America. Living with the disease very much feels the same. Of course, the opportunities are different, the healthcare systems are different, the communication is different, the language is different, etc. But it doesn't really matter. You understand each other. You know what the other person is going through, regardless where he or she is from, regardless almost what the age or what the form of diabetes. There's some sort of connectedness that helps talk to each other, that helps support each other, and it is so important. What we also do as DDoC, and that is what I really want to talk about, since years I've always had the feeling that we're not at the table. This is what patient advocacy is about, right? Getting your foot into the door, being at the table with the big guys, the HCPs, the researchers, the industry. I remember about 8-9 years ago, so just after not founding DDoC but starting with a hashtag, that I went to the European Association for the Study of Diabetes, their annual meeting. It's the largest diabetes conference in the world, 20,000 plus minus people at that time gathered in Stockholm, and I wanted to be there. So with a different company, I got a couple of friends, bloggers, people from our little, still very, very small community to go to Stockholm, and we thought we could just, go there and say hi and see what's happening and listen to some of the scientific sessions or the industry symposia. And it turned out we weren't allowed in because we were patients. And to me, that struck me as so wrong. We rented a small cafe. We met at a small cafe outside of the conference venue. We had a great time, some 15, 20 people, but we weren't allowed to be where the action was. This really hit me hard. Luckily, I have to say, a lot has changed over the last couple of years. Patient centricity, involving patients, patient engagement, some say it's buzzwords these days, but the industry, researchers, etc., some of them really take it seriously. So even the big conferences started to rethink a little bit. And we were very hard pushing EASD, but also ATTD and ISPAD, to other big diabetes conferences on giving us a seat at the table. Today, we have our own scholarship program. There is a diabetes conference, ATTD, the Diabetes Technology Conference, happening in Barcelona in just a few weeks from today, where I'm recording, maybe after you are seeing this. And we have 50 diabetes advocates from around the world attending. And through our scholarship, some of them can go in person. I think 15 people will be in Barcelona in person, coming from all over Europe. Another 35 will be participating virtually. So they will be in the live streams, behind the paywalls. For those that go in person, we can pay their flights, their hotels, their visa, the access to the conference itself. And this is what I think is so important, that our advocates, our scholars, the people that apply for our scholarship, we from DDoC get to screen their applications. We get to decide whether this or that person should go. There is no interference by either the industry that co-funds this project, nor the conference that hosts us, or where we are allowed to take part in, nor researchers or HCPs that say this is a good advocate or not so good advocate. All the barriers that were there in the beginning, where there was a lot of discussion in the early days about whether it was okay to have just a patient enter a scientific conferences and then, report back via blogs, Facebook, Instagram, because who would control whether what they made of the scientific literature was correct? We got past that. We got past that because it is important for us, for the community, for advocates, and I'm sure you know that we go in, we listen to the best of our capabilities, and then we filter what is relevant for us, not for what the scientific literature says. We filter what resonates, we filter what is relevant, we translate it into our language, which might not be the scientific language. We also translate to multiple languages, meaning not only lay language, but our advocates then write Instagram or Twitter or Facebook posts in Russian, in Korean, in Spanish, in German. This is what's important. We also have the community following. So we at ATTD last year, I think, with the 20 people, I think last year we had about 20 virtual scholarships only, not 50 like this year. The 20 people at this conference, where there were, I think, 4,000 people attending virtual, mostly HCPs and researchers, Those 20 people generated 16.8 million Twitter impressions in 3 days. That is about a third of the total social media presence of the whole conference. This year it will be more. I expect we will run 50% of all social media traffic. Same for EASD, where there will be 20,000 people participating and 50 of ours. Because our advocates, not only because they tweet so much, because they reach an audience that is way bigger than the researchers and the HCPs attending. It is all the people with diabetes following those 50 people on the ground because they want to know. This group of DDoC Voices now is about 150 people strong. It's the alumni, so whoever gets a scholarship from us stays in a close group which communicates amongst itself. It's completely independent. I don't influence that group, but it's a group of people that have come to know each other through being given a scholarship. They stay in touch. One of the rules we have for giving out new scholarship every year is that half of the scholarships can be given again to an alumni, because we want some of the people who've already done this once or twice to come back. But half of the scholarships are always reserved for what we call new faces. So we are always focusing on growing this community of people who get to go to conferences. Danielle, 2 days ago at the conference where I first met her, was giving a talk about patient-driven research. It's something where we as DDoC have a lot to learn from Danielle, from KHI, from you, because you've been doing amazing work. We've been doing good on getting access, getting into the scientific conferences and spreading the word. We have not been doing so well yet on patient-driven research, not in our community. There's other communities, the DIY community, the We Are Not Waiting community in diabetes that has done amazing things. I'm not going to get into that now. But you guys have done amazing things in getting your own research to really matter. And the DDoC Voices are the group that we start working with now to do the same, where we learn from you. That's our next big step. We've already been quite successful in doing patient advisory boards with and for industry, big European funded research projects. We are getting into consultancy work at times, where we work with a certain company or a research project on how to communicate better in that it is relevant for the community of people living with diabetes. What I find so amazing is that there is readiness now and willingness and openness to actually listen on the other side. And getting these two parties together is so important, and it makes outcomes so much better, because what we've learned is working with industry on whether it's product design or communications or research, that sometimes people in industry, in research departments, in the medical field are as great as they are and as much as they want to do the right thing and they do the important right things, they sometimes tend to be a bit detached from the lived experience. They get focused, they are so excellent, they're so great, and we love them for it, but sometimes they just lose a bit of what it really is like to live with, in your case, maybe a child with ketotic hypoglycemia, in our case, living with type 1 or type 2 or LADA or MODI in our daily lives. Because for a researcher, we are to some degree subjects of his research, the patient. For us, I'm a brother, I'm a son, I'm a lover, I'm a sailor, I'm so many things, and diabetes is a part of that. It's not, I don't define myself as patient, I don't define myself as a person living with diabetes. It's a small fraction of me, and I'm sure you can all relate to that. And that is the big picture that's always being, or often being missed. Things have gotten a lot better, not only because of patient engagement and because of patient advocacy, but I think that played a role. It's not to DDoC's credit, but in general, this whole movement is coming. And we play a small part in this. And I really hope you, as Ketotic Hypoglycemia International, and this community that's living or listening right now, I am sure and I hope that you will too.
and welcome back to the second annual conference in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. We just listened to the patient advocate Bastian Haug talking about advocacy and how he found himself suddenly in the field of patient advocacy. When I started this journey, before even considering establishing KHI, I didn't even know the word patient advocacy. But thanks to Bastian, I quickly realized this was actually what I was doing. So now I want to pass the word to an amazing mother from Spain. She is going to present her perspective on patient advocacy from the eyes of the child. So this is an initiative called the Hippo House, and I'm so proud to share that KHI has established a collaboration with Christina from Spain, because this initiative is taking us into a space where we have really not our strongest assets in KHI. She is speaking directly to the hypoglycemia literacy of the child. I am so proud to present to you all the Hippo House. Welcome back to the last section of Ketotic Hypoglycemia Conference. So I just presented to you all the Hippo House. This was done by Christina in Spain, and we will make sure to send the link to the website to all attendees of this conference. But now we're moving forward with one of the most loved sessions from last year. This is the ending of the first day. It's the big Q&A where I am so happy to present to you all Paul Thornton, Joseph Wolfsdorf, Pratik Shah, and Henrik Christensen to a Q&A where we will briefly discuss topics concerned from the audience, but we're also going to reflect upon the questions coming in from the YouTube chat. So I have a very long list, and we will just take those where we have time to take them, but don't despair, we will have another session tomorrow. So welcome, guys. Nice to have you back. And I will just take the first question. And I know we are going to have a presentation on this tomorrow, but we have had multiple of these today. So now I will just throw it out there. So, my child is never symptomatic, even with a blood glucose in the 40s. And I'm told that it is because he is fine. What are the risks with what I now know is hypoglycemia unawareness? If there is any risks. Yeah, Paul?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there's a couple of things. You know, the first thing is that we do know that children who have frequent episodes of low blood sugar lose the ability to sense the warning signs of low blood sugar. And that would be the shakiness, sweatiness, and turning pale, feeling hungry. And so sometimes the danger with that is that you go straight into the serious symptoms of a low blood sugar, which is the irritability, confusion, disorientation, lethargy, seizures, and coma. So, it's very important to try and keep the blood sugar closer to 60 to 70 and above 70 so as you don't develop hypoglycemic unawareness. Now, the other thing that's very important for people to remember is that the tools that which we measure low blood sugars at home, the glucometer, may be inaccurate. And so you could get a reading of a 40 that's not real. So it's very important to make sure that you double check the sample, maybe warm your child's hands up again and make sure they're nice and warm, and then do another sample, because oftentimes blood glucose meters will give you false low readings. And so if your child looks great, I would recheck the blood sugar to make sure it's real. And if it's real, then feed your child and get the blood sugar to come up.
Thank you. Henrik?
Sure, true what Paul said, but I just want to add that if you measure by a continuous glucose monitor, you should never believe a low value. You should double check it on the blood glucose meter. That will be to trust better than the continuous glucose monitor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyone else want to add something? No? Great. I have another question from a mother in the United States. She says, my child was diagnosed with autism at an early age. After an incident with seizures in the morning, he is now diagnosed with pathological IKH. He is well managed now with cornstarch. However, his symptoms of autism has now started to disappear. Is there a correlation? Anyone? Pratik, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's obviously very difficult to know on what basis the diagnosis of autism was made. However, I think if with children, as we kind of discussed when we talk about different signs and symptoms, they can have varied symptoms. And it's obviously very interesting to know that once you started cornstarch, once the glucose is normalized, and when you say the autism symptoms have disappeared. So there's some of the symptoms that might be related to hypoglycemia, which is obviously now made it better. But yeah, obviously, nevertheless, we also see that children may have autism, but also if they have hypoglycemia, we obviously manage hypoglycemia, but then they do have a diagnosis of autistic spectrum disorder. So it's interesting to kind of know that this is what has happened.
And yeah, Joe? We don't have sound on Joe. Sorry. We will just, Joe, we just have some technical difficulties. They're just fixing you. So try to speak again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, here you are. Thank Lord. Hi.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add to what Pratik has already said. Autism, according to my colleagues who are behavioral and developmental specialists and neurologists, is a very specific disorder that has certain criteria. And it's been my experience that it's not unusual for a child who has some kind of developmental delay to be labeled as having autism, okay? And of course, we know from what Paul just told us that experiencing recurrent severe neuroglycopenia can affect brain development, brain function. And so I can imagine a child who has some kind of developmental regression or developmental delay as a consequence of recurrent severe hypoglycemia, which has not been recognized and not treated, being labeled as having autism. And then you treat the child and the child's neurologic performance improves. And so I think that that's the only way I can think of relating those two phenomena.
Thank you so much, Joe. I will move forward with a very tragic story from a family who asks, we have a history with sudden infant death in the family throughout generations. Multiple small children has been found dead in the morning. We found our son unconscious one morning, and he was diagnosed with pathological KH. Now his cousin has now been diagnosed with IKH too. Can undiscovered hypoglycemia be the reason for the incidents in our family? Paul?
Well, that's a very, very sad story, Danielle. And sadly, it's something that we do hear, that when we look at families with, rare metabolic conditions and hypoglycemic conditions, that children in generations before, have passed with an unexplained sudden infant death. And so that's a very important thing that we as physicians ask for when we take a history, to learn if there's any suggestion of something running in the family. And with this story that you told us, one would have to believe that there's a high likelihood that there is a genetic component to whatever is causing this. And, this could well be yet another one of the many types of severe pathological ketotic hypoglycemia that we haven't yet found a gene deficiency in or an enzyme deficiency. And we know that children are clinically unwell, but we can't prove precisely what it is. So this is more reasons why we need PhD students doing research into ketotic hypoglycemia, and why for those who have an undiagnosed condition, we need to consider, central gene testing to try and identify new genes or new variants that haven't been found before. So this is a very sad story, and hopefully in this family we'll get some resolution and learn what the cause is so as we can help those children.
Thank you so much, Paul. Joe, do you have something to add?
The only thing that I would add, it's an absolutely tragic situation, and it's urgent that this family get answers to their, so that this doesn't happen again. But in my experience at least, ketotic hypoglycemia, although it can occasionally cause seizures, can occasionally cause loss of consciousness, I have never, that I know of or can think of, encountered a fatality from it, okay? And why? Because ketones are an alternative fuel for the brain. So even though the blood sugar is low, there's potentially another energy source for the brain. In the past, disorders of fatty acid oxidation were much more commonly, before we recognized this whole group of disorders, were more commonly associated with neonatal deaths and sudden infant death syndromes and so on, because they can't generate ketones at all. And so when they become hypoglycemic, there's no fuel for the brain. So, as I said, I'm not discounting the possibility that this is some very severe form of ketotic hypoglycemia, but at least in my experience would be unusual. This family needs to see a metabolic specialist, I think, urgently to figure this out.
Thank you so much, Joe. We are now moving forward with another question. I'm not sure that any of you can answer this. I maybe we should direct it to Mary Elizabeth, but I'm trying you out. Is it dangerous for an adult KH patient to be pregnant? And is it putting the child at risk in the uterus? I know you don't see a lot of pregnant ladies, but anyone? Paul?
Yeah, I think the problem is that there are many forms of pathological ketotic hypoglycemia that we don't know precisely what's going on. So when you don't know precisely what's going on, it's very difficult to advise families. But I think if I was a pregnant lady with ketotic hypoglycemia, I would want to ensure that I kept my glucose levels up over 70 and my ketone levels down low. I wouldn't advise all people out there to say don't have children, because we just don't know enough to be able to say that. But I think if you are pregnant and pregnancy does put a higher metabolic demand on your body, then you probably need to intensify your treatment program and make sure that you keep your levels in the target range. You keep the glucoses over 70 and the ketones, down below 0.5 most of the time if you can.
Thank you. And Joe?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, David Weinstein, my esteemed colleague, is not with us this afternoon, but he has written that he, in his large series of patients with type 1 glycogen storage disease, which is, as you know, very severe form of hypoglycemia, he had many women, I think, if I remember, up to 50 patients who had successful pregnancies with healthy babies. And one of them in particular, a family that I know, I think had either 6 or 7 children, despite having type 1 glycogen storage disease and successful pregnancies, healthy babies. But as Paul said, it requires very intensive management to maintain not only the mother's blood sugar, because the fetus is sucking glucose out of her system at a very high rate. But I think it is possible.
Thank you. And Henrik? No. I'm so glad you say so, because it's my question. I'm expecting my 3rd child, so I'm so happy that you say that it's actually possible. Moving forward to a question about J-tube feeding. My child has an IKH diagnosis. Prior to getting a J-tube, she was successfully using glyphosate, modified cornstarch. She's now been on a 24-hour J-tube feeds for a year, and when we gave her glyphosate, she started to crash. Anyone has an idea why this happens? Sudden crash of on glyphosate. No? Paul?
Yeah, so one of the things with J-tube feeding is that you can't do what's called a bolus feed. It has to be given continuously. And if you give a bolus through a J-tube, you can get dumping. And even though glyphosate is a much slower form of glucose being absorbed, it may still be possible that happens. The other thing that happens is that if you have an interruption in a continuous J-tube feed, you can get a very rapid drop in the blood sugar. So there are several reasons why children with tube feeding, it alters the normal pathophysiology and can cause problems. For example, we know that 25% of babies who have a Nissen fundoplication and a G button get hypoglycemia as a result of the surgical procedure. J tubes also have their problems.
Thank you. And that will actually lead to the next question. A mom is asking, when should I consider a G-tube? My child has ARFID and really struggles with food, but I feel like a G-tube is a big step. But is it the right step? And when will I know? No one? It's a big question. Henrik?
Difficult question.
It's a very difficult question to answer.
Yeah. If the eating problem comes from ketosis, that should be treated. But still, there can be eating problems, also for social reasons. That there's a pressure of eating to avoid ketotic hypoglycemia, and that can be cause problems for the child to eat. So I would often try, if the age is high enough, to use glyphosate first to avoid a G button, gastric tube. But in smaller children, it can be necessary, and that step must be considered together with the family, because it's not an easy step. But in my experience, the families have been very satisfied of having a gastric tube, also for acute treatment, emergency treatment.
Yes. In my family, we couldn't imagine life without it. Now we have 2 children with a G-tube, and suddenly we had a life outside the hospital. So we hear a lot of these stories, but it's a big step. Yes. I will move forward to the next question. And this is right from the YouTube chat. So someone is asking, is there a known link between GHD, IKH, and abnormally shaped mitochondria? So it must be growth hormone deficiency, IKH, and abnormally shaped mitochondria. I have no idea what a mitochondria is, so... Henrik, thank you.
A quick reply would be that's not a common or usual link, but you can have more than one disease. Maybe the mitochondria on a muscle biopsy looks abnormal, but actually functions well enough not to cause disease. But growth hormone deficiency do cause ketotic hypoglycemia by itself.
Thank you so much, Henrik. And so many questions, so I will just keep them coming. Is there a way we could all share our genetic results with you all, so you can start to look at common faults? You have to say yes. Henrik, thank you.
That's a dream, to have this shared genetic database. The geneticians, they do share their data, but it can be challenging to make them become interested in ketotic hypoglycemia. So maybe we should take the initiative.
Sounds like something more to add on our to-do list. Yes? Great. Henrik?
I think, I think like Paul mentioned, I think when we have, when we think of having a database or a registry, then yes, that will be helpful, and maybe parents can share it. But having a geneticist on board would also help. And yeah, obviously the registry will definitely help.
Thank you. Next question. My child is diagnosed with IKH. No genetics has been done yet. However, his siblings, one sibling 6 years of age, another sibling 1 year of age, often have ketones above 3.0, but a normal blood glucose. Is this a concern, or should we investigate this? Anyone? Yes. Paul, you have it. Bring it.
Okay. Yes. So the answer is that, again, we talked about this a little bit earlier, and Dr. Wolfsdorf showed beautifully in his talk that children can get ketones up over 3 millimolar. So the real question is, what is the timing of when this is occurring? So, for example, if it's occurring, after 9 hours of overnight sleep, that's very abnormal. If it's occurring after 36 hours of not eating, that's normal. And so what I would say is, yes, it needs to be investigated. And the first thing to do is to take a history to learn what's the relationship of the high ketones with the last meal eaten. And then if it appears to be of short duration, then that would be concerning and would warrant further investigation, especially in a child who already has problems. Now, it should also be remembered, we also all need to remember that there are two sets of units for measuring ketones, and most of us are talking about millimoles. But you can measure ketones in milligrams per deciliter, and the conversion factor is 10 to 1. So divide the milligrams per deciliter by 10, and you get millimoles as a quick conversion. So it's also important that we are talking about millimoles, not milligrams, because 3 milligrams per deciliter would not be a big deal.
Very important indeed to remember. Thank you, Paul. Now I have a question, and I think this question is to Henrik. Do you know if sugar in the urine during pregnancy can be a possible sign of KH or GSD when the test for pregnancy diabetes is normal? If so, why do I have sugar in my urine? And I'm directing this to you, Henrik, because I know you did something about sugar in urine. So
it's correct, but it's not easy to answer. There's one form of GSD where there can be sugar in the urine. I think you can call it number 11, or it's Fanconi variant, and it's not easy to say that this is connected, but it could be.
Thank you, Henrik. And now I have something about insulin. So this should be everyone's A game. So now here it goes. As an adult, I have had a fasting test. The results showed hypoglycemia with beta hydroxybutyrate at 8.4, but low insulin of 1.5. Our team said they have never seen this before and they don't know what to say. Anyone here knows what to say then? Paul, yes, thank you.
Again, I think Dr. Wolfsdorf very nicely showed that as someone goes into the fasting period of time, the insulin levels gradually drop and the ketones rise. So you do expect to see low insulin with high ketones. I think what probably surprised everyone was how high those ketones were, because that's very unusual to get your ketones that high outside of diabetic ketoacidosis or a severe ketone utilization defect. So I suspect that was what the surprise for the physicians was. And again, it all depends on the circumstances, but certainly I would think anyone who's able to get their ketones up to 8 millimolar needs to be investigated.
Thank you. And Joe?
And yeah, I absolutely, totally agree. And I would suspect that this patient may have a defect in ketone utilization. And there are genetic tests that can be done to confirm that. But I would be very suspicious because, levels get up to 3, 4, occasionally 5 millimole, but 8 is very high.
Thank you so much, Joe. And Pratik? Sorry, Pratik, you're not. You have to unmute yourself. This is what.
Okay, sorry.
No
sorry.
worries.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to. It was just I agree with Paul and Joe what they mentioned. I think one I just would like to clarify is the units, because the units of insulin and and beta hydroxybutyrate, like Paul mentioned. Obviously, we also see insulin in picomoles per liter, which is different than what we have as milliunits per liter. And secondly, would be is well, with ketones of 8 is definitely pathological, but were there any symptoms at that time, at the end of the fast? So these are just a couple of thoughts.
Yeah.
Obviously needs investigating if it is pathological. Definitely.
Thank you so much, Pratik. And Joe?
Neil, could I briefly just go back to the earlier question about the lady who was pregnant and had some glucose in her urine,
Yes,
right?
please.
Yeah. So in addition to the Fanconi-Bickel syndrome that Henrik mentioned, which would be a very unusual disorder, and it's unlikely that you're going to reach, reproductive age without someone diagnosing it. But it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, but I think this is true. In normal pregnancy, the glucose threshold actually goes down a little bit. So the threshold on average at which glucose appears in the urine is approximately 10 millimoles or 180 milligrams per deciliter. But it's my understanding, if I remember correctly, that in pregnancy, that threshold can actually go down some, and that some woman after a carbohydrate-rich meal might have a little glucose in their urine. And I think that in those circumstances, it's important to know what the blood sugar is in pregnancy before you can make a diagnosis of gestational diabetes, for instance, or anything like that. So I just wanted to add that comment.
Thank you.
I hope I'm right and not misleading you.
Thank you so much, Joe. We really appreciate sharing all of the thoughts you may have. I guess it's much more qualified than the thoughts we patients sometimes have. So I just have one more question before finishing off. I would like to ask the Scientific Advisory Board members, where do we go from here? What are the learnings of the years KHI has been established? What is the next steps you feel like we need to take to enhance the understanding of idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia? Just take a minute. It's okay. Just think. It's okay to think before speaking. But if someone has a clear vision that this should be the next step, please speak up. We would like to hear what you think.
So I have an answer to that question, which has bothered me for many, many years, okay?
Yes.
And that is that we talk about ketones as an alternative fuel for the brain, okay? And that the brain can use ketones as a source of energy. So why is it that despite the high level of ketones that we see, 3, 4, 5 millimoles of beta hydroxybutyrate, the patient is symptomatic, is not, okay? What is the reason for that? And I've wondered whether it has to do with the transport of ketones into the brain or some other factor. And I would love for some clever person to work on that problem. Why it is that despite a ketone level that should keep your brain, in quotes, happy, the brain is not functioning normally and you have symptoms and so on. So I think that's a question that I hope someone will answer before I quit this business. I just don't know how to tackle it, but it may have to do with genetics or some other thing.
Thank you so much, Joe. And Henrik?
I would like to broaden what Joseph said. I think we need more research, more knowledge to better understand and then treat. And for more research, we need more funding. And I think the family organization is a very good help for us to get together, metabolics and endocrinologists, adults care, children care, get together and identify the gaps that are that there are in our knowledge and the needs from the patients, and then prioritize what has to be focused on in the research. And if you can help with funding, that would be brilliant.
Yes, and I just want to mention one more time that the QR code on the screen is created for you all to help us fund Anne Benner's PhD. The PhD has been created in a collaborations with the families in KHI and strikes the most urgent needs that these families are experiencing. So if you're sitting out there, want to help KHI and want to help your child, please don't hesitate to support the research that we are initiating within this organization. Anyone else wants to contribute with something? Pratik, I know you have wishes and dreams. Please share it.
Yeah, I think there's a long list of wishes and dreams, isn't it? We all share that.
Yeah.
I think as KHI, it's a brilliant to bring families and healthcare professionals together virtually on this platform, and sort of sharing knowledge, sharing ideas. In particular, what my thoughts, and I think that will be really useful as well to explore, and we kind of discussed today, is like there are obviously increasing number of syndromes where we do see idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia as part of it, or it's being recognized as one of the conditions, and sort of reporting those or sharing those would be very helpful. And secondly, like Joseph mentioned, is I think more importantly is looking at the neurodevelopmental side of things, and parents and families have asked this question as, is there any link, and doing sort of and doing kind of more follow up, sort of information, getting those information on follow up, and as well as the registry that might help us to understand more about IKH. So this is where I would like to end today.
Thank you so much, Pratik. And I think what we can all agree on that all of our wishes and dreams requires funding. So I will finalize the first day of this conference with an appeal to everyone listening, maybe healthcare professionals, industry partners or families. United, we can push forward with research into idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. One day, I hope I will have no patients in this patient organization because we will all have answers to our idiopathic part of our ketotic hypoglycemia. So click on the QR code and remember to tune in tomorrow when we will approach the last day of the conference. We will have amazing patient videos and hot topics like Munchausen by proxy in ketotic hypoglycemia. So don't miss out. Thank you to all of the families watching, everyone watching, to our sponsors making this conference a reality, but also to our amazing scientific advisory board members. We could not have done this without you. So thank you everyone for watching and see you tomorrow.
Sure.
Great work.
Bye. See you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Congratulations, Daniel. Bye-bye. Bye.